we are past our timer, so we can get going. So we're back. Did you try F10? What does F10 do? What? What is this? Phenomenal. Well, Marvin knows his stuff. We've got a free camera. This I'm going to enjoy using once we're done. That's a pretty good free camera as well. Okay, I take it all back about the hard-headed remarks. That's quite nice. F to raise as well. Whoa. Okay, it's going to be pretty great getting some sweeping shots once we are done with this. How did you know about F10? I suppose you might have, God forbid, gone to the key bindings to see it there. Yeah, flyby mode, F10. What's Control Z? Undo, quick load, quick save. Oh heavens no, not that kind of game. My life is endlessly better now, says Minthar. Okay, now I have that to look forward to as well. I can't wait to finish it off and get good sweeping views of this. Might make something of an end compilation for it like I once, and only once, did with Frostpunk. Still, this is not Frostpunk, this is Rise of Tindustry. Our job ahead of us, as we recap here, is to create the Christmas tinner, and oh god, I've stuck the mouse within the border of the game. How do I get out of there? There we go. Our job is to make one of these. Well, not just one of these, I need to make about 100 of these, and ship Christmas tinner across Europe. And in real life, I need to get that done before Christmas, which I'm sure I'll be able to do. I just think it's going to be a monumental task ahead of us. There's a lot of things we need to do towards that, and for a long time we're not actually going to be actively working towards the tinner itself. We need to build up lots of money. Last time we bought the Balkans, we paid something like $14 million for the Balkans. Now I don't have 14 million, so I asked the bankers of France very nicely, and they gave me an astounding loan that almost pushed me into bankruptcy, but I was able to claw my way out. And then I took out a loan to pay off that loan, and then soon I'll be able to pay off this loan, and then it'll be back to pure Profitville, my favourite place to be. But the sooner I get more profit going, the better, surely. So I'm actually going to get that gas out of here right now. And this is a time where F8 certainly is better, because it's easier to see natural resources from top down. So for example, I can place you there, and you will be within range, although I probably need to take a step back, so I need extra room for the bridge. I'm gonna have all of these. Okay, those extractors cost more than I thought. Quite a bit more than I thought. Oh well, what you gonna do? We're gonna work this thing at 125% efficiency, and we are going to road our way. Oh, can we get over here? It would be nice if we could actually just road across this. Come on, you showed me a preview of that. I saw it. Let's not pretend that we didn't see it. Did I just pretend to see it? How can this be? I know I saw a preview for a bridge across this small part here. Maybe it doesn't do super short bridges like that. Okay, well, that's not too bad. Bridges are not very expensive in this game, so I will not begrudge doing that. I do, however, want this going into a warehouse, because it still has a ways away to go to the Balkans. Now, I'm going to be producing 6 natural gas every 15 days with that sort of setup, and the Balkans are going to consume 7, so that works out well for me. I'm just going to shove it in trucks, because I don't really have the money to be setting up a train network, even though the train network would save me money in the long run. Doubtlessly. I'll just set up something really simple here. The grand plan that I have in my head... Ooh, this works out quite well, because they'll be coming out the left-hand side and going out this way. This will cause 0 traffic concerns. Swell. My grand plan is that eventually I'll be able to buy out the Commonwealth to build there, and this will be where things are set up quite efficiently. I want to very efficiently set up lots of farming in this wonderful area that's so flat and uniform and just made for it, and out of the way of any pollution. Although, surely the gas from Crimea won't invade this far. Anyway, far away from pollution, all these wonderful rich fields will create the chicken dinners. that get processed and then sent further on. That's the plan. We'll see if the plan matches reality down the line. Still, that's a ways away. I need to be able to afford Commonwealth and get the opportunity to have myself a Commonwealth, as if wealth were common. Now, people coming out of this warehouse would cause traffic issues if I made this a four-way. I could instead have them go up and around here, which I think would be better for everyone involved. So let's get you down and over here. What's your easiest way to the Como? How well can you get over here? I thought tunnels would be more expensive, but that's not very bad at all. Unfortunately, it's a bit of extra tracking, and the game is chugging trying to think of the best way to do that. Maybe I can make use of this existing road and link you up with that. Yeah, that doesn't double back too much. So when that natural gas reaches the warehouse will send out the raw resource of natural gas to the hardware store. The cost is quite high, so of course we will meet demand and send full amounts of it, and the profit should be quite nice for me, or so I hope. And there I've just chewed into the money that I don't really have because I'm still living on borrowed dosh. Deliver leather to Germany? Nope, we do not deal in... Wait, wasn't that one already there? We do not deal in livestock. Although I should strongly consider dealing in mutton. I just don't want to have to do the water into grain into animals setup. I'll have to eventually. Christmas Tinner demands it since we need to raise some turkeys. But for now, no thank you. It's not a surprise to me that the smelter has a bit of trouble. I will need to consider... Oh, right, I had a big boo-boo with the Balkans because I made a number of mistakes last time, but I expect to make mistakes. That's fine. I don't know this game particularly well, so mistakes will come and go. I vastly overproduced raw rubber and flooded the Balkan market, so I'm not making good money on that anymore. However, this warehouse will send that raw rubber out to just about everywhere it can. Where do you go to? Truly everywhere, actually. You'll send to the Balkans if they need it, but they don't need it. You'll send over to the Commonwealth, you'll send over to Russia, and you will even send over to Scandinavia. And that will choke their own demands for rubber because they produce it too. I'm just kind of desperate to make some money out of it. Worryingly, Germany is overstocked with rubber. Is that telling me that these guys... Oh, yeah, these guys delivered directly to that hardware store. I might actually benefit from turning down the amount of rubber that these guys are producing right now because I'm clearly flooding that market. And unless Iberia buys up rubber as well, which they do, you telling me I don't sell to Iberia at all? Your destination is Francia. Yours is Francia. Alright, so I might actually do well to change your destination to be down in Iberia. And I'd do that a lot better if I actually shoved you into this warehouse instead. Instead of flooding Germany, we can go to this warehouse, and this warehouse can tell that farm-produced raw rubber to go to the Iberian hardware store, meet demand and be full, and I can tell you to also do the same with Germany, because it's a bit smarter when I do it from a warehouse. The warehouse I can do the whole meet demand thing and not worry about it. If I'd done it straight from the farm here, yeah, I could tell it's only meet demand, but it would still only send out one at a time, and anything that it overproduced would end up backing up here in storage and cause me issues. Can you tank your competitors' investments for flooding their markets? Yes, I could. But I think it would be a long and slow death, and it would also cost me money. So I don't think I'd do that. I'd rather just make lots of money to be able to buy them out. But in this campaign, I don't intend on buying out my competitors anytime soon. I want them to actually make Scandinavia and Russian Empire, and perhaps even flood out to Germany and Commonwealth and help those cities grow. Because a city that grows is a city that gets more shops, that buy more expensive things, And who's better placed to produce those expensive things than the ruler of France and the Balkans? I would think nobody is better suited, because much like Wario, we're the best. So this gas pump is pumping out, it says 5 units, it should be 6 because it's working at extra efficiency. Oh, dang, it doesn't actually work the way I'd hoped it does. It just cuts down on production time, not production amount. Well, that could cause me some issues. Hopefully it doesn't, though. Ooh, the game tempts me, telling me to deliver wooden planks to Iberia. I won't, though. It doesn't seem worth my while to create a wooden plank economy just for that, because there'll be nothing else for it to do after the fact. So, I will not take that option, even though you pay over the odds for it. I'm ashamed to have responsibility of informing you that British standards for food are so low that Christmas Tinner is an existing and viable product, says Wick. Really is an exciting and viable product. I mean, imagine it, right? Normally you'd have to go out and poach your way towards getting some meat, and then you'd need something sweet for it, so you'd be out picking berries. You'd need it presentable in some way, so you'd go and chew down a tree with your bare teeth to bring it down and rip the wood apart with your bare hands to make a presentable box. And then on top of that, right, you need some side dishes in it. You'll be at it all day. And then someone comes along and says, no, I can offer you the entirety of that experience in a tin, and you don't have to work for it at all. Then again, in this game, the Christmas Tinner ships for something like $20 million, so there's swings and roundabouts. Today I learned Brits are hunter-gatherers. Okay, Scandinavia has grown, and this could be good news for me. They want oh, and I was just talking about not wanting to make that wood economy. Oh, they take rubber from a petrochemical plant. In fact, they take... Oh my, I am suddenly very glad that I own the Balkans. They're taking things that they demand chemicals for, and I could make some sweet dosh on that. What's the price? This glass works again. I wish I could turn down efficiency on factories, but I haven't been researching. I've been desperate to claw my way out of debt. The sooner I can pay off that loan, the happier I'll be, because the monthly payments are rather brutal on me right now. Right. What am I thinking then? I could take out another loan to pay off that loan. If I just took out a little 5 million loan on a much better interest rate. I mean, I'd only be paying that much monthly cost instead of the other monthly cost, and I'd get rid of it faster. Well, I'd probably get rid of it faster. Let's take that out and pay off that loan. There. Suddenly my monthly payments are much lower, and it'll be even faster to make the money to pay that loan off. I love the fact that debt works that way in this game. It means you actually have to put a bit of thought into it, and you don't even have to. If only there was a high-capacity mode of freight transport that would improve your margins enough to alleviate your cash flow issues, says Kaladin. If only. You know, I dream that someday there will be. Scandinavia, what do I do with you? Truth be told, you offer me a lot of opportunity to exploit the Balkans and ship those goods over to you for vast sums of money. And the only downside is that I would need to research it, and I got other things I need to research. Right, that's how it's going to go then. I'm going to start. Oh, hold your horses there. A permit for the region of Boston. Now, it's not actually Boston, but we can click on it and find out that they are offering Germany. Oh, I like Germany. Germany has gas and iron and more iron. And that gas is so well placed to be able to make the goods for Scandinavia. I won't even have to do production in Balkans. I wouldn't have to make some sort of, what was it, high-capacity freight transport to improve margins, because we're already close to Scandinavia and the bridge is already made for us. Okay, there is no amount of money that I'm not willing to pay for quote-unquote Boston here. Otherwise... Wait. Oh no, I have to offer, otherwise Right LLC is going to get it. Well, straight back to the bank I go. I would like a loan, please. I would like a $10 million loan from France. I could get a $15 million loan. But the repayments on that would be a little bit brutal. A $10 million loan for 48 months? Surely the more money I have on hand, the more I can up my industry and get things going bigger and better. 15 million loan for 36, maybe 48 months? Yeah, because then I can buy this and really start pumping out industry and get this loan paid off. Go big or go home. Right, now that we have lots of money, I am definitely having Germany. And we are going to invest this money so hard. I need to keep some back in case it doesn't immediately make me enough money. Wait, what's all this stuff? Oh, France wants to evolve further, but they want wall panels and bricks. Couldn't I just pay you instead? I'd rather pay you instead. How do you even make bricks? Bricks are sand and water. I'd need to research that. Hopefully this thing stays around for a while. That's not too bad a thing, because I could easily do that, but honestly it would be easy enough just to pay them off. What would I want them to get out of all of this, though? Construction goods, heavy pulp, wall panels, reinforced wall. Can I click on them to see what they have? Ah, no, this is a little tricky to read up on. The grocery store would take... It shows an image of cheese, but it doesn't actually show them drinking that cheese. Or eating that cheese, rather. Yeast, canned fish, flour, apple smoothie, orange juice, soup, dough, and chocolate bar. Don't really want to grow much more in France. That takes time, space, and effort, but anything that I can make out of coal would be pretty good for them. Napkins, fibers, work clothes. The thing is, construction goods, isn't that what Scandinavia already takes? Yeah, it is, so I should be getting something different from that. I think I will go grocery store. Why not? I haven't seen enough of that. But, I'll take care of those things later, because I don't want to do that. Oh, right, the cost of all buildings is reduced by 42% for me. This is perfect, the perfect opportunity to massively build up everywhere with this massive loan I took out. Let's not forget that. Please don't outbid me on Germany. I want it now. Oh, hell yes. Oh, heavens yes. Right, it is time for the big build-up. But what are we going to do? We're going to fulfill Scandinavia's needs for pulp, planks, everything we can. Wait, does Germany include Denmark? It does. Trying to think what I could do here to make my life a bit easier. I wonder if I can terraform inside your area. Nope, I would need a permit for it. But I should probably avoid using this road as much as I can, because it's going to get busy with his own trucks. I wonder if that means I could have my warehouse set up here and it shoves things into Scandinavia. Nah, it's probably better to have it here. It'll be much closer. You got a license for that terraforming? Well, evidently I don't. Alright, now if I set it up here, I could even have space for the train station over here to bring the trains in from this side. If and when we have train stations, which is not right now. So, for now, I want you here. Oh man, that reduced cost is wonderful. Means you're gonna come in from one of these ends. Well, for now, let's have you link in here, and you link out, like so. Okay, I have a lot of industry that I need to build up. I just need to keep a clear head and actually do it good, well, and proper. I own Germany. I want to exploit that iron like nobody's business, and I should do that before this PR event is over. I just don't know when it ends. I don't know when it started. Well, let's assume that we only have it for another year, maybe? Enough time to chew through all that money. Okay, clear head. What do we want to make? What industry do we want to get into? Oh, crumbs, I need to research the industry. Good thing I have this heavy investment stuff that I've figured out now. But I want both of these things, and I do want my chickens. It's only 21 days to finish that off, but after that we really need to get our wooden planks because they want wooden planks, get our heavy pulp because they want heavy pulp, things that I'm going to be able to get in time for using the PR event. What else are they going to want? I can turn that raw rubber into even better rubber. I think Germany's going to become a smog at this rate, although I will need to keep some area clean for chopping down all those trees. This is dangerous. I'm salivating at the thoughts of all the money I could be making here. Can't deny it though, I would make extra money on that rubber, and it's easy enough to be making rubber. Where's that coming in? Is rubber a textile? What does rubber come under? Oh, it's a petrochemical good. More use for petrochemical plants that, if anything, I overuse, but at least rubber is something I can get out tons of. Alright, so we get these done as soon as we can, set up the industries for them, and start shipping it into Scandinavia. Very good. Is there anything else that I was wanting to do? I can set these up and they can start cutting down the trees, and then I'll have the other stuff set up for it, but it means I need to actually make my tree cutting area. The gas is here, so it's going to be quite pollution heavy. I could have the tree cutting done around here, plenty of space for it. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of trees here. I can actually plant tree saplings, and the tree cutters seem to do a decent enough job replanting the trees of their own accord. So I could try and keep this area relatively smog-free in Germany. But this is where the trees already are. Maybe I could do the trees elsewhere? Cut the wood here. Don't be afraid of filling Germany with smog and pollution. You're just being historically accurate, so it's okay. Alright, well, if you're willing to let me off the hook that easily, this seems like an alright enough area to be making my trees at. So let's start gathering. Just how much in the way of wood am I going to want here? I want some wooden planks for that. Did I choose something here that would be heavy on wood needs? If I went for the toy stuff... I mean, we need toys for Christmas, don't we? And this isn't a good place for doing... Oh yeah, we'll go with toys then. Gives me a good use for any excess wood that we end up with here. This will be wood area then. Getting distracted as usual. They want 7 bits of that, 3 of those go into 2 of those, 15 days. Whatever, overproduction's not going to be a problem because everybody buys excess wood. So get those lumber yards operational, please. Oh, thank you, autosave. What do you mean non-blocked tile? Oh, there's iron ore there. Crumbs, getting that iron ore is going to choke this place with pollution as well. I could put down a non-pollutant, or I could make use of these trees instead. Happy in the knowledge that they're probably going to do some replanting. Oh, I wonder if I could exploit other people's trees. That'd be quite funny. This is a bit agitating. Where is the best place to be cutting down all the trees? Around here might actually be the best option then. I wouldn't want to pollute here anyway because it's close to the city, and the cities get very unhappy when you pollute around them. And there's plenty enough around for us to take advantage of, so I'll do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because we can have 5 now. I feel like I make a waste of space here when I do this. Maybe that was a bad idea. Oh, but I tore down the trees as well, didn't I? Bad for making good judgments on this. I don't want them to use this road though, because this road's a thoroughfare that I don't want chewed up otherwise. But what I could do, maybe, is have it come out like so and down. Might be good, might be bad. Who knows? Not me. There we go. That's going to chug out quite a bit of it, but I will want more. So how about we have another one over here? I think when I get late game into this, I'm really going to have to look into more efficient ways of doing this. However, wouldn't be too hard for me to plant some saplings around here. They'll eventually grow, and then they'll be able to focus all their tree cutting efforts inside here. Such is my plan. Okay, left-hand driving shouldn't cause any issues here. There's plenty of lumber coming in. Question is, where is it all going to go? For now, it could be sold to Germany, but I will likely want some sort of holding of it around here. So maybe I could set up a warehouse here, and it'll decide where to ship it off to. This place will probably just cover an... Ooh, yeah, good setup for industry here. Nice flat iron ores there. That would work out alright. Jake's a miserly bugger at the best of times. He knows how to be good with cash. Good with cash, huh? I wonder if I... Oh, well this wouldn't be good with cash to terraform this. But it would make it really nice for building on. So I'll take it. Now I'll have you stuck in here. So anybody can come along and deposit into there. And you will come back around. I might even want you going over here at some point. So the lumber yards, I don't see any reason not to have them cranking out at maximum efficiency for now. And they are all going to go to that warehouse. And this warehouse is going to be putting that wood out to Germany's hardware store, which currently has no wood and really wants that wood. Meet demand at full amounts. There's well, I could send more wood to the Commonwealth. It would help it grow. I'm not sure it'd be worth the costs of sending it that far. You should always keep some at hand, though. Yikes. I should still make a bit of a profit on that. But I want to keep some back, because I'll be using it for turning into planks, which are going to go up into Scandinavia. Very okay. What about Scandinavia's need for rubber? Not raw rubber, the other kind of rubber. Oh well, we can see to that soon enough. What else do I want to set up? I would love to start mining out the iron that I have access to. This place is a smog already, but what would I be doing with the iron? Iberia's got the ironmongery going on. Being able to make things like, well, the steel from the iron and coal to make... Oh my god, it would be easy enough to make cans, wouldn't it? Show me the cans. Are they a home good? No, it's under metallurgy. Cans would take a while to make, unfortunately. But the steel into the cans wouldn't be... There's so many things I want to do. I need to try to maintain my focus. I want to be able to make the rubber. I can set up the steelworks and just mothball them for a while to save the money on building them quite a lot. Isn't it better to cut through Denmark to avoid your competitor's clogged road? It's not clogged just yet, but I will eventually have probably a railway network that goes up into Warehouse 8. Which, thinking about it, I'm wondering why I even started there. Doesn't show me how much it costs, but I could always turn it off for now. Turn it off until I need to use it. But I want things built whilst the going is good. Get me the rubber. The rubber's probably some good money making. And the thing is, I didn't finish off my harvesters. I want my extra plantation fields too, which we are working on. I don't need coastal harvesting right now, but I will want it. I'll get you going. This is the pain of not having done my R&D. I could have kept it going when I was in debt, but I decided to play it safe. I already feel ashamed for having made such a cowardly decision. Offshore, we don't really do offshore harvesting, so that's okay. Alright, that'll keep us going for now. Scandinavia does somewhat get its raw rubber coming in, but nothing really stopping me from turning this raw rubber into better rubber there, but it might be better to keep it more local, because I could just have a single setup there for it. Alright. Curiously, France, do you currently take raw iron? No. No, you don't. We need cans for our tinners, Jake. There is no time, indeed. Does anybody know when I started this PR event? Knowing when it's going to end would make my life a lot easier. Is there anything for ongoing events? Tech tree, recipe, shop, market, state, scenario, overview. It says 23 months, but that was, when I got it, it was for 23 months. I don't know when those 23 months ends. Headquarters? Ah, good thinking. It's always in the headquarters when I can't find it. Perhaps not. To be fair, the run might have ended if you hadn't put R&D on hold with how close you were. Yeah, thanks for making me feel better about it. And I do, so cheers. Okay. Really want to be spending that money, but I need stuff to spend it on. Any expensive industry would be great to be doing right now. Punk, come to think of it, wasn't all this cheaper to place down? Putting down one of these would normally cost probably quite a bit more than that. I could also set this up for turning that gas into something else right now, because Scandinavia wants chemicals that are made out of that gas. 3 raw gas makes 2 refined chemicals, which sells for better money, and I do like better money. It's just that's quite a distance to go, just to ship some chemicals. Russian Empire is also an ironmonger, but Iberia is closer for me to get to, and that way it's something that I can grow and use. I don't grow it and let my competitor make use of it. Whew. You haven't gassed the Dutch yet, Jake. Yeah, you make an excellent point. Gassing the Dutch and then bringing those goods up here would actually be pretty good for me, wouldn't it? Far less of a distance to go. And honestly, whilst the going is cheap, I should certainly be building up everything I can. To hell with the debt. I don't think I'm getting a reduced price on the gas extractors, though. Alright, gas pump. Work as hard as you can. Whap out that gas. And refine it. Oh, wait, no, I haven't done the research to refine it. Of course. I mean, for now, selling it raw isn't too bad, but it's not a lot to get the chemicals researched. Sell it raw for now, and then turn it into chemicals. Would I just ship them off one by one? Probably, and it'll help grow both of the places. There we go. Meet demand with them, ship them out. We take all the gas out of the Netherlands, will they sink back into the... This is what the Netherlands are for, though. Choking with my horrible pollution. Got the plantation things up. Don't think I'll be using that just yet, but might be good for, say, setting up my rubber farms. Which could be done around here if I just have air pollution sucker-uppers. The trouble is that needs water as well. How much water? Yeah, it still says 23 months there. I wish I could know for sure. Come to think of it, I got it on the save before, right? How about I just open up my stream recordings and watch on that when exactly I got it, because I really want to know. Hope this isn't going to break everything. Let's keep that muted. When did I get that PR thing? 42% for the first 3 months in, let's say, February year 7. So at the very start of year 9. So let's say December year 8. I want to have used it up. That gives me plenty of time. Great. I'm even going to write that down so I don't forget. Deck year 8. Use up PR bonus. Now I've written that on my to-do list, thankfully, not my to-buy list. You should build a rubber farm in Belgium. We all know how well that worked out. Trouble is turning the rubber into turning the raw rubber into rubber. Does that work? Yes. It's going to cause quite a bit of pollution. At least it's 2 to 2. Man, I want to make that heavy pulp as well. Yeah, I'm researching heavy pulp. It's going to be a lot. This is going to be Industryville. I can't reasonably put down my farming over there. I already have my farming here, though. It might make a lot more sense to make it into rubbery stuff. Ah, over here, where I have... Oh, the smog would come and reach the Balkans. Over here, though, might not be too bad. Especially if I set up another warehouse over here, can ship it to the warehouse, and then package it over to Scandinavia. That would make sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Out goes that wood. Hardware store doing good on that. Probably not enough to help Germany grow. Oh, they're growing a little bit. I think there's other stuff I'm sending to Germany, though. Right? Am I giving them anything? I'm sure I'm selling stuff to Germany. What's coming over here? Ah, right. The gas that I'm pumping out from the Netherlands is going to them. It's going both ways. Even if I don't make a ton of money on things, helping cities grow is a great way to make more money later on. Does anybody know better if the... Oh, here we go. PR event duration. Hang on. Does that work everywhere or just in France? If I were to build a warehouse here, it would cost 87k. If I built it over here, 87k, 87k. Let's try something else then. If I were to build a gas pump here. No gas in this region. Yeah, I know that, but how much would you cost? Okay, forget that then. How about glasswork smelter? 348k? And 3... Okay, good. It's working everywhere. And now I can quickly check here to see how long it lasts. Wonderful. The Balkans deserve that smog. The Balkans will get their smog, don't worry. But I need to figure out how to make that rubber. Wooden planks first, though. Then heavy pulp. Because wood I can instantly be making tons of. I'm actually probably going to want more of it. Ooh, wooden planks to Commonwealth. I'm just about to do that, and that's good money for it. So I'll take that. I will also start thinking about having more lumber coming out of Germany. I mean, these guys already work pretty hard, but could we have more, I wonder? I could probably set up a similar thing coming out here, couldn't I? I doubt they'll be too happy with it. But I have a feeling I'm going to want a lot of wood to meet this demand. Also, I should remember that wooden pulp requires water. Yeah, I'm confident I'm going to want to get more wood. Wrong one. Oop. And do the same thing on the other side. I hope this setup works. I can see why it might not. But again, I haven't looked into optimal setups for this game. I suspect I will at some point. Let's plant those saplings since it seems quite cheap to do so. And that'll eventually be wood for them to chop down easily enough. And again, work yourselves to the bone and deliver all that sweet juicy wood to that warehouse. Okay. This warehouse is going to end up clogged with that much wood coming in. I can feel it already. Especially since I don't have one-way roads going on. Good. R&D, also good. So once I have the wooden planks, get that set up over in the smog zone here. Then this guy will bring out everything we need for it. Yeah. Okay, so the question is, how much? Your demand for wooden planks is 7 every 15 days, and how many can we produce from our, what actually makes it? Carpentry Center. Carpentry Center, how much do you make of these? Every 15 days you'll do 2 of them. So to meet that demand quite nicely, I only need 3 of you. Makes my life easy. Worth noting that I cannot I can destroy this road. No I can't. Okay. State roads I cannot destroy. If only I could. Well, off you come to here. And let's get those carpentry centers operational. 1, 2... God, I love how cheap these are. There we go, plenty of planks coming out. There's something to be said for making more of them, but nowhere else would want to buy up my planks, would they? Russian Empire is not interested. Although, I could still have them... I could make another one, but it would only be working at half capacity, really. I'll pass on that. Also, I should have made this one's destination before doing what I did. Let's see if I can do this then. Destination, warehouse 9. Then, when I clone you... And put it in the right place. This other one also knows destination warehouse 9. And so too will you. Just cuts down on the amount of clicky clicking. And this means that I can have you send your wood to there. When full, of course. Maximum sent. Don't give them more than 6. You're probably overproducing anyway, but that's fine. Same to here. Don't know why it defaults to sending 1. Surely the whole point of this is to send them out as efficiently as I can. Maximum. Let them stockpile 6. So they're going to get going with that. And then when you have your wooden blocky things... Oops. Tier 1 wooden planks. Send those over to... Who asked for them anyway? Anyone remember who asked for the planks? Commonwealth asked for them. There you go. Give as many to the Commonwealth as you can. Make sure you send them full. And then the rest of your planks are going over to those construction goods. Full, meet demand. There we go. And just like that, for the cost of only a couple million, we have a fairly lucrative wooden thingamajigger business. And it just occurred to me that I put these polluting buildings right next to the city. And since I've already unpaused, I can't undo that. Well, I might just have to put down a bit of an air pollution reducer. How does it feel to be supplying IKEA? Are IKEA largely considered a good force in the world or a bad one? Alright, well, let's have something set up to do this. Where? If I set it here, it should hopefully take care of the smog issue. It's going to need a fair chunk of water, isn't it? Might help me set up some farms here. Yeah, I could set up my my rubber farms down here. Shouldn't be too smoggy, especially if I have this guy try to contain it. Saying goes though, why contain it? To water siphon or just to water get? I'm not sure if pollution affects an inland water gatherer or not. But regardless, I'll set up a wee water well here. It's probably more than you need to be doing, but regardless, give those guys all the water they could need. And they should keep the place nice and non-polluted. Because these guys, well, they say no pollution, but once they actually get underway, I'm pretty sure these guys are pollutants. We had them previously, after all. Right, we're working on heavy pulp. So I'll get my pulpers over here, and I have this water well able to supply them with water, so that should work out fine. This air purifier uses 1 bit of water every 15 days, I think. I need other water wells, but cross that bridge when we come to it. I think I prefer water wells to the harvesters on the waterfront. That way I don't need to care so much about pollution, and it just overall feels easier to work with. More expensive, mind you. The running cost of one of these, 16.25. Running cost of you. Oh my god, it's much cheaper to have water siphons, but in the end, I doubt money will be a problem towards the end, surely. A time on it to get these things supplied, warehouse, get a move on. See that pollution coming in, but the purifier should hopefully be on it. Ah, there's a problem. Don't go to construction goods when you can go to the town centre, please. There we go, now you're going to the town centre. Need a lot of that done. 2 million's on the line, and I want that 2 million. Be warned, the air purifier has been rebalanced to consume 9 reindeers worth of blood per Christmas. It's okay, if we trade with Scandinavia, we should be able to get plenty of reindeer. Not liking how slowly we're getting these things done, but I do produce a fair chunk of these, like 6 every 15 days. So it should get done easily enough. Beef to Germany, I don't do beef, so farewell to that. Want my heavy pulp operational, please. Now this water well, I can have it get me 6 water every 15 days, and if the purifier only needs 1, then the other 5 can go straight into pulping, although I don't know how much the pulp uses. I could easily remind myself though. Pulp. Heavy pulp needs 1 water and 2 wood to make 2 pulp. So that's great, I can set up 5 pulp factories using the remaining water. The thing is, I doubt I need that much pulp. They only eat 8, so I'd only need 4 of them set up. However, it only takes 15 days. Right, so I only need 4 of them. Wait, but I just said you'll supply 4 of them, didn't I? I can have you then work at 100% and not pay the extra. And it'll all be working together in tandem. Great! In that case, let's have our urban road come along a bit more. I want people going on the left-hand side to go up. That way if they make a left-hand turn in, they don't disrupt traffic. Something turning out will, but things should be coming out about a third as often as they go in. So, factory. What was it again for heavy pulp? Paper mill. How many did I say? Probably 4. 1. Now, I wonder if I can... Oh, crumbs. You only have... Ah, no, I upgraded your amount of destination slots. Thank God for that. Paper mill. I can give them 2, no problem. And I want your destination to be that warehouse. 1, 2, 3. God, they're so cheap. 4. Now, did that make you... no, it didn't multiply your destinations here, so I still have to manually go. Paper mill 2, give them 2. Paper mill 3, give them 2. And paper mill 4, give them 2. All the paper mill stuff goes into the warehouse, and then the warehouse takes its... pulp is still a tier 1 thing, isn't it? And then Scandinavian construction goodies. Meet the demand, send as much as you can. About 3 grand to send it over there, but the money I make off the heavy pulp, I think we'll find, more than justifies the expense. That's good. Well, with the pulp done, I need to think about the rubber. That rubber's coming. That puts this water well fully in use. I think I will actually have it run at extra speed, just so we backlog a bit of water, so I can put that to more use down the line. So if I rubber farm up this area, do I actually have the space for that? Surely. I never imagined rubber would be something I'm making so much of here. This uneven terrain makes me a little uneasy, but thinking about it, it's not like I need to mass produce rubber here. Just enough to make 8 every 15 days. That means 4 factories of it. Okay, so I need to produce 8 bits of rubber at orchards. That's 2 orchards dealing in 4. Although 1 dealing in 5 at 120 will put out 6. That won't meet demand though, will it? Certainly won't. Sure, I'm going to be kicking myself down the line for not having these things more specialized, but what you going to do? What I am going to do is want another water well. Which again, I'm loving how cheap it is. I really don't think I'm getting a discount on my harvesters though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not sure I like that last position on the harvester. Maybe I can just sneak it in there and no one has to know. Farm, orchard. If I have you come down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit of terraforming. And 5. Okay, I've decided I'm actually going to undersupply this a bit. You can come out there. I already think that's a pretty bad setup, but it's my setup. Water well, destination. Oh, crumbs, you took all those destinations because I copy-pasted you. In that case, did you also copy-paste at 120%? You did? Nice. So the orchard here needs 5 water every 30 days. Chunk. Oh, but that means you produce rubber a bit slower than I thought. Okay, in that case I will need a second one of you to keep that rubber going. Because the rubber here is done every 15 days. So it needs more rubber farming than I thought. Not a problem though. Quite the opposite of a problem. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are they 4 wide? They are 4 wide. There we go. You get the water coming in, and the rubber will be delivered to, well, more rubber farming being done up here, no doubt. But can we get a better way over to you? I suspect we can. Rubber farming is done in a what exactly? Petrochemical plant. Which I will get when I finish this research. Right, that's fine then. So this water well waters up that orchard and that orchard. And since it's 5 and 5, that should work fine. I don't actually mind you working a little faster, just have a bit of a backlog and I can turn you down when you have plenty. You need one-way roads. Yeah, I do eventually need one-way roads, but it's not traffic is not a problem for me just yet. And there's a lot of other research I need to get done first. Also, I am burning through that money a little faster than I'd like. Well, a lot faster than I'd like. R&D isn't helping matters, but those massive loans I took out do demand being repaid for some reason. How dare they? Okay. I'll need my... Well, actually, I don't make such a discount on doing the extractors since they have a different cost, so it's not like I should be racing to get my iron extractor done. The factories, on the other hand, I'm making a lot back on. Oh, snap, the wood isn't going to these paper mills. It's going to the carpentry centers for sure, but we also need it to go to... Let's see, raw resources, wood... No, it's not wood that goes... Yeah, it is raw wood that goes in the paper mills, what am I talking about? This doesn't feel very precise. But it's okay, as long as I overproduce, but not so much that it flows out even when the stuff should be going to markets, it's okay. Send fool, don't send more than 3. Send fool, don't send more than 3. And send fool, don't send more than 3. That is going to be one busy warehouse. But out they go, and those paper mills should be getting to work. Don't worry about the loans, Jake. They're future Jake's problem in an ever-increasing amount of problem. Well, the worst thing the game could do to me right now is offer me the Commonwealth for sale. Okay, I could pay off one of my loans here, and the sooner I pay them off, the less they hound me on them. Yeah, that 10% loan, that's way too much. Then again, this one's 13%. It's all pretty bad news for me. Maybe I shouldn't dip that low, though. But I don't like paying. After all, who pays? I could take a loan at a better rate later on, surely. Bye-bye. Plus, I'm going to get millions when I finish sending all those blanks to the Commonwealth. And you are sending those blanks to the Commonwealth, right? Well, you're sending it to the warehouse, but the warehouse is sending those planks to the town centre. Good. And the water's coming out to these orchards. Also good. Once we have that rubber, it's petrochemical plant time, which I'll probably need a new loan for, but that's just how it goes in business. Deficit spending. It's good for you. Where's all my money going? Game, please, my money. So that pulp is going to the warehouse, and the warehouse needs to tell that pulp to go to... Oh, it's already being sent off. Well, good. And the money should be coming in. Thank you, Scandinavia. And thank you, rubber. It is time to actually produce some proper rubber. These orchards are backed up with a little bit of it. Factory, petrochemical plant. Thinking about it, the rubber's probably going to come up along this route, so maybe it's better to have on this side. Expensive. Alright, 3 of these. 2, 2, and 2 every 15 days. I overproduce rubber this way, don't I? I mean, the excess can be sold to Germany with little problem. They're not bloated on the stuff. Petrochem. Petrochem and petrochem. Do I want another petrochemical plant? No, because then they'll be chewing up more rubber than I make. Currently they want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 every 15 days, and I make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 every 15 days. So there's actually not going to be any rubber left over. In fact, these petrochemical plants won't be working at maximum efficiency. But hopefully they work well enough. I could set up another rubber farm to meet demand. Wouldn't actually be that bad. A friendly hi and hello, Jake, and chat, says Evil Greenie. Which is probably a take on Evil Genie, but welcome. Do I want to have these things running at full capacity? I would need another orchard with 2 farms, and I'd need to water it, but actually this thing working at overcapacity would work fine for that, so I think I will. There's no reason why this wouldn't be paying for itself. Get over there. That's a very low level orchard there, but that's fine. And you know where to deliver to. So the petrochemical plants will now be working to efficiency, and they need to make sure that they send their rubber to this warehouse that is already looking way too backed up. That's a problem. It's handling too many things. I could make another warehouse over here that just grabs this stuff, rather than all the stuff coming out of here, which might be for the better. I need to do my warehousing a lot better than I currently am. Alright, how about this? Just to alleviate some of my problems here. All these produced goods are going to go into this warehouse rather than clog up that one. So you all go into warehouse 10 here. Hopefully it inherited the delivery plans of the other warehouse. Soon find out, I suppose. Why not put the warehouse snugly against the road? I get the feeling... well, whatever. I just didn't. It didn't feel right. It feels like if I have a bit more flexibility in the length of these roads, it'll make life easier for me. Plus, if anything backs up just a little bit here, it's going to block this road entirely if it's up against it. So you don't need to deliver raw wood at all. You do need to deliver finished planks. And you will need to deliver that finished rubber as well. Still only tier 1 goods, sadly. Up you go. Meet demand, send as much as you can. Very good. You have a bit of pulp in storage, so I need you to keep up doing what you're doing. So hopefully the traffic issues here will flutter away. I worry that you're backed up with pulp. Why are you backed up with pulp? You are meant to give that pulp over to construction goods here. They actually have pulp stored, but these guys don't produce their own pulp. So where are they getting... Don't tell me I'm accidentally overproducing pulp. Every 15 days I make 8 pulp. Scandinavia's demand for pulp is 8 every 15 days, so it should be fine. And hopefully my money should be fine as well. Oh, that's not good. That is Debt City. My least favorite city. Do I have room for another loan? You know, just to keep me in a healthy financial situation? I do, and I'll be honest, I am tempted to take one out. Just to, you know, stay on the right side of things. A cheeky little 5 million loan with 10% interest. That might be a little too cheeky. But I don't want to be back in Deficitville. Now if I take that, I'm just going to end up paying more. That's not what we want, is it? I should have faith that I'm going to be going forward and snugly in the black. But just in case I'm not, let's have Christmas Tinner 4 save activated. What is your favourite city, says Scout Pie? You mean in real life or in this game? Because in real life it's probably Riga, although I did love Vilnius as well, and I absolutely adore Edinburgh. Difficult to choose between those 3. Probably Vilnius more than Riga. It was so clean. But in this city, probably going to be favouring the Commonwealth. Its position is just too strong. It's not as central as Germany, but the amount of land around it that's just ripe for building on. Oh, it's delicious. This isn't so delicious. My money is not matching my totals here. Okay, there we go. Must have shipped all that pulp or something. Plus, I'll get an influx of dosh once we finish off delivering all those planks, and then I'll suddenly start making passive money off the planks as I sell them to Scandinavia. Look at this guy, he's got so many of these trucks coming out. If I look at the heat map, it's probably not going to look quite so nice anymore, is it? Map, label, layers, get out of here. The heat comes and goes here, I don't think it's too big of a deal. It could certainly be better though. I have not got my head in the right place for sorting out traffic. I never expected it to get so busy so soon, but I also wasn't expecting to set up this sort of affair for the Germanies. Vilnius in Lithuania, yeah, I went there a few years ago and I gotta say it was a very, very positive experience. Friendly people, low prices, good food, good entertainment, but it was so clean, almost as if people in Lithuania care about their country enough to clean up after themselves. Sure don't see that in Britain. It's that little... Oh, food shortage. That's probably good news for me. There's been a food shortage in the area. We'll need to supply some food, or else they'll starve. The Balkans are hungry, and I don't give them any food. I'm not even sure I have the capacity to produce any food that they'd want to not starve. I can give them wheat, but they're not interested in wheat. I don't want their population going down by 15%. That'll affect what they want out of me later on. How long do I have? Well, it's already ticking down. I don't want to change out my tech, though. I want to get those petrochemicals on the go. Ah, bleeding Balkans. Do I actually make any food anywhere that these fussy eaters are going to chew down? No. All new loans. Interest reduced by 20% for 30 months. If I took that, I could then take out a new loan to cover my old loan and actually pay less overall. But that's probably 20% as in 1/5, not 20 percentage points. So whether or not that actually works out in my favor remains to be seen. My current loan I don't think is that bad though, is it? It's only 13%, and it will eventually be paid off. Probably not worth taking that at the moment. Food for the Balkans. Again, I don't have the tech for making any of these. Did I actually research chicken? I didn't even do chicken. I did sheep, but they don't eat mutton. I suppose I could abandon my current plans and give these people chickens. They would also eat the eggs, so there's a good bit of synergy on getting that done quite quickly. Alright, we're going to have some proto-chicken tinners for the Balkans, but there's not going to be any tinning. Right. So if I'm going to be doing that, I still want my other stuff done afterwards. No fried chicken for them, heavens knows. Coastal harvesters, no need for the offshore ones. I will want these livestock fields done eventually. But let's not get too distracted, I want my petrochemicals. And then I can get my extra livestock fields. People do not yet know what a chicken is. Sad but true. They got no clue. The last thing I want to be spending my PR event on is getting the petrochemical thing set up to use my gas pump to its greatest degree. Hey, there we go. Commonwealth was happy to send me all that dosh, and now this warehouse can send these planks to the construction good place in Scandytown. Good. Why is this orchard not operational? There should be plenty of water coming in. Oh, you're backed up with rubber. Did I miscalculate this again somehow? I shouldn't have. I can't imagine how I would have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, they produce 2 per field. Right, once again I have failed to cotton on here. So you are actually making 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 every 15 days. And every 15 days, I only need 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Man, how do I keep mucking up my rubber? This is how I managed to swamp Balkans. I made the same mistake again by not counting the actual production of it. Incidentally, though, you want more raw rubber there, eh? I'd rather you did the Balkan demand first, so let's try and make sure that is fed first. Germany is right there with their demand for raw rubber. So if I'm making that much more of it, you could just ship the excess directly in. So yeah, petrochemical plant. But if you ever have any left over, give it to the hardware store. And just meet demand, right? We're not going overboard here. So I really love the degree to which you can edit how they send out their goods. That makes this guy really surplus to requirement. Hold on, I just had a stroke of genius. We'll do it shortly though. Starting to think this guy is surplus to requirements, but whatever. Keep him running anyway. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. Destination, hardware store, meet demand, 2. Don't know who else ships to Germany, but too bad. Right, some buildings are pretty expensive to have, like these smelters. If I destroy the smelter, I would get 450,000. To make a new smelter costs me less than that. So I can actually destroy these and make money in doing so. However, I would lose what they have in storage, wouldn't I? So maybe doing something that's actively sending stuff out is not a great idea, but anything that's dense Like these places. That sounds like more scutter than it's worth, especially if I'm going to lose stuff and have to reset up supply lines. I'll just chew on the loss. Is that insurance fraud? I think it is. Hey Jake, I just jumped into your stream to wish you happy festivities and a wonderful 2022. With many EU4 campaigns and other games, of course. Well, probably not with EU4 campaigns, but certainly with the whiskey. Meat tender, whiskey plenty, sorry for the spam. I don't use Prime subs often. Well, thanks for the festive well wishes there. I certainly intend on having a good end of year and a great 2022. 2021 was pretty brilliant, so it would have to be pretty remarkable to be better than that, but my life has a way of delivering those sorts of things. Damn that loan with Lachwaden. I am sorely tempted to take out a better loan or better interest percentage loan just to pay it off. I mean, I'd knock 3% off of that, which is like a 300,000 saving, but I would be paying more on the interest rates. Yeah, I could knock down the interest rate by quite an amount. There we go, I'm going to take out that French loan and pay off this other more expensive loan. There we go. Take loans to pay loans. You'd never imagine it works. Okay, we finally figured out what a chicken is. So the Balkans won't starve on my watch. The trouble is, this needs quite a few things set up, but the anti-trouble is that we don't pollute here whatsoever, if you ignore Romania, but the Balkans are good at that. If we have ourselves a simple little setup, I don't really know much about chickens in this game, so why don't I learn about chickens? Recipe book, tell me about chicken. 1 bit of wheat and 1 bit of water into 1 bit of farm will give 1 bit of chicken and 1 bit of egg in 30 days. How long does it take for wheat to be produced? 30 days. So it sounds like 1 water farm will work well for 1 bit of chicken farming. I don't, however, think I have my full-on livestock thing going, so I should leave it open for expansion, but I'm only going to do 1 very basic setup for it here. So we'll do exactly that. First and foremost, though, do we feel like siphoning water here? Might be a lot cheaper to be doing it this way. But I really am not enamored with water, with coastal water gathering. Water wells just seem so much more convenient, especially space-wise. Feels bad tearing down all this good wood-dealing area. But once these saplings grow up, this should actually end up being a very efficient area for chopping down all that wood. And I'd be able to build around it, provided I don't smog the place too hard. How are we going to do this? I mean, the chicken dinners are going to be delivered straight to the Balkans, but probably from here. How about we just build a road along here and see what happens with it? Give ourselves a crop farm over here. With a 1, a 2, and a... Ooh, so close. Ah, but it doesn't need to be close there. That's not a concern for us. It does tell me that it could be tighter along that road and not be so space inefficient. If we move the road down by 3, 1, 2, 3. I hope I get my money back for destroying this road. Partially refunds, huh? Oh, and I probably should have checked that the livestock farm fits in that way as well. It does. It absolutely does. So that is the point right there that old chicken farmy needs to come out to. Hopefully I can keep a mental note of that in my head. Not livestock farm. Crop farm. That was it, right? Yes, yes it is. I'll build a livestock farm once we have some food ready to go for it. And the same thing should be said for making sure I have water ready before this goes, but I seldom have that working that way. Water well, well, well. 1, 2, 3. And it doesn't need a 4 and a 5 until the other ones are operational. Good enough. Very simple setup, but it will continue to make me money, probably forevermore. Can't you just send mutton to the city centre? Ooh. You're right, I did not consider the fact that they might not care what type of food it is. Excellent thinking. Very excellent thinking. However, I counter with this point. If I set up mutton for it, then after it's done, well, I mean, I can continue to give these guys the wool and send the mutton itself up to the Commonwealth, but with chickens, they'd always want the eggs and the chicken. So I can just leave it and it will continue to make money afterwards. I should have suspected that starving Balkans wouldn't be fussy eaters. Okay, lovely. The money's coming in. The millions are being made. And we're still in year 8. I still have time to put that stuff to use. The PR event. Beef to Scandinavia? I don't think so. Actually, I like you having water backed up, don't I? Maybe I should... Where am I looking at here? Go to add harvester and slam that in. Although I don't need you running at maximum efficiency or anything. Coastal harvester's good. Chemicals up next. Can you not send wheat to fulfill the demand, then switch to chickens? The wheat is needed to feed the chickens, and the food output is better, I think. Hang on, one wheat farm is going to feed 2 chicken places, isn't it? That might put me a bit of a disadvantage. Oh well, doesn't matter. That wheat's just about ready, so let's get our chickens ready to roll. There we go. Yeah, one per field, but wheat comes out faster than that, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. So I can have a second chicken farm, but it also needs its water. Why am I so bad at figuring this out, even with the simplified production chains on? My head just fails to figure it all out. There we go, more chicken farming. I wonder if that's actually enough water for it. It's probably not, because it's going to make 5 every 15 days. Which is only going to be enough to supply 10 fields. Actually, with this setup, that would work out fine. Might even back up a bit on water. It's only going to be a problem if I expand any of this. And there's nothing saying that I have to. And first off, the Balkan town centre can get all the eggs and chicken. Actually, eggs and chicken are more expensive to just give them. I could just give them the wheat instead, couldn't I? Yeah, I'd actually save money doing that, wouldn't I? Just give those sorry Balkans all the food. And then once you're done doing that, I don't need to waste my good chickens on it. In fact, I can turn these off so they don't cost me money. Once we've fed the Balkans, then we'll get them their chicken going. I take it back for those people who said just give them wheat, bro. There we go, send out all that wheat. Feed those poor buggers. Let me get my chemicals, let me get out of debt. And I am still in debt. I even have my initial loan that I have to keep paying back. The monthly payments aren't too bad, and it's all on the principal, nothing on interest. But I begrudge having those loans. Still, soon I'll have chemicals on the go as well. I'll try and have those chemicals hug into the Netherlands so the pollution doesn't spill out into my lumber yards. But I can't guarantee it's going to work out that way. I'll do what I can, try and shove them all over here. I don't know if pollution ruins sand harvesters or not. Guess I'll find out soon enough. Let's flatten out some of the Netherlands here. And then go factories, petrochemical plant. Oh, tell me more about the chemical needs of Scandinavia. Goodbye, Ich sel mir. Can we get a show of hands of the amount of Dutch people in the chat right now? There's usually far too many of you, but I want to know that you get to see what happens to your beloved country here. So Scandinavia want 8 units of chemicals every 15 days. Chemicals are produced every 15 days, 2 of, so 4 chemical plants. However, I'm stunted at the output here. My output is only 6 chemicals, so really that's only 2 chemical plants worth. Which is fine. Lowers my amount of pollution if nothing else. Me living here. We've got someone from Groningen and someone else saying it's okay I don't live in Groningen. Groningen, what a guttural sound. Tricky to make at times for the non-Dutch among us. Still liking how these things are relatively cheap for me. Your destination is... Ah, right, no, your destination should probably be to a warehouse to package them over a bit cheaper. Could I, would I, should I have a little warehouse here for that? I'm not sure if it's actually going to pay off at all to do it this way, but it might. It's entirely possible that it might. It's got a long way to go, so it makes a bit of sense having it densely put in there. Ah, petrochemical plant for just 300 grand. What a world we live in. And then you are going to send those, still tier 1, aren't they? Yeah, tier 1 chemicals all the way to Scandinavia. Good. 4 grand in moving it over their costs are a bit high, but they make a lot of money, so it should be okay. Quite a lot of Dutch people, quite a lot of loving Dutch people here. Great to see it. There's no point sending you to the hardware store anymore, but we'll keep that around as an option just in case these petrochemical plants somehow don't pump out everything. Can't imagine how that would be the case, but I'll be ready for it. I sure hope those Balkans are getting the food they need. It's taking a while to deal with. Maybe I need to make an emergency send-off of food to them, but I don't really have food here to be sending them. If I was doing it with my chicken goods, at least we'd have more to give them, because 1 bit of wheat turns into 2 types of... Oh, a lot more types of food, actually. But I might not have the time at the rate this is going. Could turn it into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... We might have a starving Balkans at this rate. Yeah, I don't think those Balkans are going to make it. We're going to lose a lot of population there. Oh well, at least we get to see what happens to a starved city. Oh, that didn't look too bad. Also, why did it bring me over to the Russian Empire for that? Did the Russian Empire... I think the Russian Empire might be one that goes down. I don't know, and to be honest, who really cares? Point is, let's feed those Balkans their chickens and their eggs. I wonder if we're going to have too many eggs, though. The thing about the eggs is we pop out let's see, 2 per field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 6 per 15 days. Ah, but that's fine. That meets their demand rather swimmingly. Okay, no need to worry. There'll be money to be made out of these chickens yet. If I'd gotten on sending them the wheat earlier, it would have been fine. And yeah, maybe the Balkans just ate the starving Russians. Works in my advantage in the end, I'm sure. You need to turn on the chicken... Wait, they were off? Ah. Oh no! What a shame that befell those poor Balkans because I did not turn on my chickens. I wonder if this water well is going to be overproducing at this rate. 1, 2, see, it doesn't need to put out that much. I could actually lower it to make a bit of savings. However, it would lower it a bit too much, I think, so no biggie. Wool to Scandinavia? Not happening. I'm not into the sheep here. Okay, I gotta say I'm pretty happy with what's happening with the money situation. And I still have a few months left if I want to do some big expansion on, well, anything. There's not a better time to be doing my expanding with whatever. It's just a question of what I'd be doing. I could place down a lot of industry for doing, say, a bunch of metallurgy. Where's that under anyway? Glass and metallurgy. For example, we know we have coal and iron. We could be getting the steel pumped out, and then it would be very easy to be making cans, and perhaps even barrels as well. Life LLP offer 18 million to buy a permit. I should never give these guys permits to grow elsewhere. Even though that's ridiculous money. In fact, couldn't I buy Life LLP out with that? That is so... Maybe their stock value would go way up if I took that. That's a lot of money, though. But that does mean that they could just dump pollution on my stuff. Oh... Oh, that is so much money. Where do they even get that much money? $18 million. Oh, wait, if they buy the offer, maybe it means that I can't build there anymore. Hadn't considered that. I will have to reject that. Could ruin my plans. It's funny though, Life LLP are stuck in Scandinavia as they watch me burn down Germany. Okay. Need to consider that move on Iberia. Also, since it's cheaper, it might be an idea to finally set up a train network to bring the stuff down to Iberia. Would cut out... Oh yeah, especially since they really like getting quite a bit of steel. But I should... No, I should definitely be turning that steel into cans and barrels, because the money I make is a lot better, and I'm limited in the amount of iron I can pluck out of the ground. With that in mind, the iron ore is done here, and this is where the big smog is. So if I got the iron ore plucked out, and then I throw it over here, I could send... Yeah, throw it into somewhere here. I could bring it down in my railways. Counterpoint, can I even do that? I don't have No, I have bridges. I think I can bridge over. Oh, I can just have track go through that? Well, that's kind of cool. Hang on a minute. Is that a way to delete state roads? Because normally I can't delete... Wait, what? Maybe this isn't a state road. But I'm sure that was a state road. This must be a state road. So what if I do that? And then that. What? Maybe I can delete state roads in places that I own? I say I can't delete that. You can delete state roads. There's an alternate route. Oh, if there's an alternate route. Yeah, there's no alternate route here, but there is here. Thanks. That's good to know. That means I can do some crossings with my trains. Okay, so my thought here is that I'm going to exploit this iron ore. I'm going to turn it into tins and other things over here. But the question is the rate of it. I'm going to put the buildings down right now and mothball them so I can get them built cheaper this way. Let's see, cans. I want 3... Oh my god, they eat a lot of steel. 2 ore makes 2 steel, and I don't have a lot of iron over here. It's 3 to 2, or 2 to 2. The cans are denser in terms of value, though, so I guess it would be better to go with the cans. In a glasswork and smelter. But it's going to be hard to meet that, because I think there are 5 lumps of iron ore here. Let's go F8 mode and try to tell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'd get 6 iron ore out, thanks to increased efficiency. Yeah. So 6 every 15 days means I would need 3 smelters to make the steel. And then 2 more smelters for the cans. That means 5 smelters. Glasswork and wow, that's quite an investment. Here's hoping this pays off rather nicely. But there's no reason to suspect that it wouldn't. And we can dump all our pollution into the Commonwealth here. That's what they get for not selling me a permit already. I should probably work on my iron mining first, though, so I'm sure it's able to go there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jings, that is bulky stuff. Better make sure they're all turned off first, because I don't actually need them operational. I just wanted them built while the going was good. Do I want the iron mine operational yet? Probably not. I'll turn you off for now. I'll get you operational once we have our cans on the go. Oh, but I can make the steel ahead of time, can't I? Might be nice to have the steel ready to go. Alright then. Do keep it operational. No, change my mind again. It's been known to happen. There we go. That way it all comes out, gets delivered to these guys, and then it needs to come down to a warehouse and train station. It's going to take it out and down, down, down through a lot of this. God, I hope it can handle this rocky terrain. I hadn't really thought about that. So you can go in through here, and I'll pop you back out the other side. I don't particularly like the logistic network that I'm making here. I mean, how's this going to thread back into everything? The answer is it's not really going to. This stuff serves to make me money, and then the real, hopefully, efficiency will start with the Commonwealth. I don't really want to build in the Commonwealth until I'm able to do it efficiently. Now, can I have my train terminal? Pretty please. Might be easier to set it up over here. That way I could link it in with more things. Wouldn't Zeppelins be apt for Germany? Oh, you make a compelling point. Very compelling point. It would also stop me having to deal with travelling through all this with a train. It would make Caledon very sad, though, but maybe that's what we're all looking for in life. The downside is, though, that Zeppelins are... well, not impossible to do, aren't they? Just, I think putting down a Zeppelin is expensive. Trains are fun. Trains are indeed fun. And I can get the train network built up on the cheap here. Also means anything else I need to bring down to Iberia can be done cheaply with such a thing. Actually, I could build the train network over here. Wouldn't even have to worry about how it crosses with the rest of those. You're there for if you need to punch anything into this network, but I can't imagine you would. How quaint, but I can't help but feel that's a pretty bad setup for it. It's really choked. How is it actually going to feed anything into Germany? This is just for feeding things out. So, regrettably, I'm turning my head back on that. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I should have used the undo tool. Undo tool gets all the money back. Ah, well. Also, I should have kept the warehouse. Just making mistake after mistake today. What's gotten into me? That was it. Yeah, I'll get the Zeppelin and shove it over by that way. Someday we'll have our trains, just not just yet. That did make me sad. Yeah, if trains are full, they're much cheaper than trucks to move around. But the thing is, trucks aren't costing me that much to move around just yet. If I had to move bulky stuff from France to Russian Empire, perhaps. But generally my trucks are moving high-value items from A to B. So I'm really only losing about 10% of the money or so by doing it that way. Whoa, why are these petrochemicals not going anywhere? They're backing up. Did I not tell you to go to the warehouse? Here I am talking about all these high goodies making me money as I send them out and not even doing it. There we go, get out there. So, spend 4,000, let's round it up and say 5,000 on delivery because it has to go into there as well. And more like 4.5. Still going to make me about 30 grand off of it. I agree, Rombik, this is a very enjoyable game. I wouldn't quite say I'm in love with it, but I love what I see. Starting to think this iron mine, if nothing else, should be operational. Go on, get the iron and shove it in here. And you two remain off. But these guys are going to want it, so... Oh, I've forgotten something very important. Coal. These things need coal. Right. Well, the coal is here at least, so it's not the end of the world to bring it over. But that was a boo-boo on my end. Does the coal go directly to the hardware store? Yeah, the hardware store and the smelters. Ah, crumbs, if they're being used for smelters. How much coal do I need? We need 3 every 15 days. You pump out 6. You use... These guys don't use a lot, so I can actually take it out of there and bring it over here. No big deal. Okay, thank goodness that I noticed that. Probably best doing this with a warehouse. This can't be a busy place, so... If I can just find a way to get my warehouse in here, it'll be alright. I'll take it. It'll make it denser, so this is okay. Get rid of all of these setups for it and just dump all that coal into this warehouse. And then, no need for minimum kept. You are going to put that coal into various places. I can't let up on the smelter stuff. So keep sending it to the smelter. And if somehow there is leftover, I do want it sold to France's hardware store. Meet demand, send max. Oh yeah, they should always be sent on send max. I wish there was a way to make that the default, because I'm sure I'm going to forget it at some points. Only do that if you have a load left over. And the rest of that coal needs to go to these 3 smelters. Coal, smelter. All sending at maximum, and then you just need a better route with which to go there. Is it right that trucks cost different amounts of their warehouse to warehouse? Don't know. Afraid I do not know. That's a bit of a hellish route, but it's your route. There you go. Sort of good. Okay, do I actually want to evolve France at this point? Wouldn't cost a lot. Still got 86 days on those low-cost things. Good to hear that you're bloated. I don't really make wooden trains and all that, but if I did set up a big old wood economy, and there's plenty of wood to be harvested around here, I could make a lot of money selling that stuff to France. Just not sure if I want to go in that way. I'm already researching towards my metal stuff. These kind of routes are great for road trips. Never did a big road trip across Europe. Generally just fly to the destination I want to go to. There's certainly a lot of travelling that I want to do right about now, but it's a little tricky to do that. Okay, glasswork and or smelters. If you have the goodies, why do you not have the goodies? Aren't you... Oh my goodness, you are building it up and not deploying it. Go there, and there, and there, and give them each up to 3 of it. And then it should start flowing out immediately. Look at him go. And then I can start activating you guys. Lovely. And then I will have you guys activated for the tinnies once we get there. The tinnies are actually a little bit away, sadly. It's going to take a few months to get that done. There is something to be said for not doing tins just yet, and instead making it so that I can put a lot more into my R&D investment to get it done faster. But then there's my own budget to be concerned about. You know what, screw it, I want to be able to research faster. Get those tins eventually. Same with my advanced Zeppelin fields. It's okay, a bit of investment. We're happily in the black right now. In fact, I could probably clear off all my loans. Iberia want millions of dollars worth of wooden planks. That's a good deal for me, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to get rid of this blasted interest. There we go, I'm finally free of interest. The bankers own me no more. Why are you not working, petrochemical plant? The gas pump should be giving you everything. Pollution very high. God, that is scary stuff. I think it's last call on building things cheaply. What do I still want to build up? I could certainly exploit more of the iron ore. This is Disgustoville anyway. And this is where I should have done it, because this is where the coal is. Would have been cheaper to set up. But the extractors I don't get the reduction in cost on. I could go big on chicken production, since I'm about to get my livestock field stuff done. Curiously, if you add fields, 43.5k, that does sound cheaper. I'm just not convinced there's really the market for making loads on chickens, because eggs aren't worth a lot. And whilst chicken meat is, I only get one bit of chicken per field per X amount of days. I think I'll get more water set up and pump out more chickens here though, because the Commonwealth probably take eggs. Yeah, they do. Good. Yeah, it feels good not to be a slave to the banks anymore. They had me under their thumb for way too long, and I wasn't happy. And by the way, you need to set your destination. Oh, I can't set these as destination because I haven't figured out how to make tinnies yet. So these guys are probably going to be backing up with steel. I could sell that steel, but I won't. R&D monthly investment. Yeah, nice savings made on these extra fields here. I just worry a bit about having way too many chicken eggs, but they can be sent elsewhere. I suppose my other concern is lack of water. This really changes the balance of water that I need. Because this poor water well can no longer keep up. This water well, well, each water generally does 2 fields, so it can supply 10 fields. The problem is there are 15 fields. But if I build another one, it's going to... Actually, could I build you over here and have not much in the way of problems? Yeah, I think I could. 1, 2, 3. That would give me 13 bits of water coming in, which would be good enough for the 15 fields. And do you have the same orders as the other guy? You do. Okay, well that works out fine. I was thinking about moving you over since you stick out like a sore thumb. Shame I don't get all the money back, but I'll live. There we go. but excess eggs. I suppose excess eggs can go to warehouse 6. So warehouse for eggs, but only if you have them piling up. Same here. Destination. This is the kind of scuttering I love doing in the game. It just feels so good. It's like... Anyone else feel really good when you work out and you just get so drenched with sweat that you're like, yes, this is me having a good time? It's kind of like that, but for the brain. Now granted, my performance here might not seem like the level at which you could claim I'm breaking a sweat, but it still feels that same kind of good. Get over there, meet demand. Now really, chicken eggs are worth so little that I'm barely making anything on that, but at least I'm packing 2 to a truck. And I'm tempted to get the tech that packs 3 to a truck. It's a basic distribution plus 1 capacity, but that's essentially 50%. There's a good amount to be made on that. Screw it, we'll do it. And we'll be able to do it faster because we will have our investment stuff going way up. And I think our PR event, yeah, it's done in a month. Lasted a little longer than I thought. It's almost tempting to make a whole lot more chickens around here. Oh, curiously, is 5 chicken corpses enough for you every few days? Oh yeah, it's fine. It's very fine. Could have more, even. XXX can go to warehouse 6. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I do know, however, that you guys are desperate for more corn. There should be plenty of corn coming in, though. Corn, grain, whatever the crops are. Good, I'm not backing up with raw rubber either. I'd like to get an idea of which of my goods are making the money here. Total sales... I guess you do it by products? I think I have to choose things that show up on the lit. No? Damn it, I want a comparison. Just says total sales, supplied, store, but I want to say chickens make me this much money, eggs make me this much money, raw rubber makes me this much money. Not sure if we can see that here. If somebody knows the game better and can inform me as such, that's great, but I guess we don't get it there. I misheard you when you said XS eggs. Slander, that's what that is. Claiming I don't speak proper. Feels good to be gassing the Netherlands. In fact, pretty much all Netherlands, just a blight on the map here. Feels good. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that I... Hold on, who's yelling at me now? Germany wants to advance. Oh my goodness, a metallurgy in Germany. Means I wouldn't even have to send it all the way down to Iberia. But it does... Oh man, metal goods being sold to Germany. Wouldn't have to travel far at all. But is that for the better? The thing about these goods is they do go away after a while, whereas all of these things could be produced quite heavily in the Commonwealth and shipped over there easily enough. Chocolate, chips and soup and dough and yeast. Forget it, I'll take that on. And tempting just to pay to get you done here. Let Germany have heavy industry. They'll use it for responsible civil purposes only. I don't know if there's a way to change these shops once they exist, though. So if there is an ironmongery already, I probably want there to be a non-ironmongery elsewhere. And I can have the toy store here. Germany gets the grocery store, although I think maybe the other way around would make more sense. Nah, screw it. There's already a construction goods shop in Scandinavia, and then somewhere else can have the last one, the textile one. Don't like these things remaining popped up though. All new loans reduced by 22% for 17 months. You tempt me, game. You tempt me, but I'm finally loan-free. I wouldn't mind keeping it that way. This is also a loan, but there's no interest on it, which essentially makes it loan-free. Free loan, if you will. And other people were betting on that one, or competing on that one. Are we backing up on our goods here? Yeah, we are. I might turn these off until I get myself those tins, because otherwise I'm just backed up with this stuff. So, mothball, mothball, mothball. And that's not a problem for this coal, because this coal goes into this warehouse, and this warehouse will ship to the hardware store if I end up with too much of it backing up. It's also getting a bit chilly in here, so pardon me a moment while I close the window. Not often that I stream with the window open, but RTX voice, as best as I can tell, is cutting out the outdoor noise. So you shouldn't have to listen to the kids screaming. I started my first game on veteran difficulty. It kicked my ass in 3 years. Dispatch and upkeep costs are insane. Yeah, I saw the hardest mode on this, but did not really appeal to me because I don't know the game well enough to jump into that. Plus, it's not really what I'm going for. Although maybe once I finish this, I'm still going to be hungry for more. Who's to say? Alright, we'll get our tins done very soon. It's just going to drink my money, so I expect to make a loss for a wee while. Good to see winter receding in the game, if not in real life. What's the plan to make use of Anatolia, Italy, Ireland, and other such distant but buildable areas? So once I have enough money that I can just, say, terraform an area flat without having to worry about building around these humps, I'm going to probably turn to chat and might even put up some votes on how we treat each place. So, for example, when it comes to Italy, we might go, are we going to make Italy a lovely olive-producing region? Or are we going to make Italy somewhere that's completely covered in paper mills and full of thick smog? And we'll see how nice the chat is feeling about certain areas. I will eventually need somewhere that produces my chickens and my olive oil and my berry pies for the Christmas dinner. But at least we'll have the illusion of choice. The one thing I think I want to do, though, is I want to have Scotland produce our whiskey. It makes sense. Southern olives, northern paper, says Pandy. The thing is, olives need there to be no pollution, and paper, I believe, is a heavily polluting industry to have. Almost got my tinnies. Then it's Led Zeppelin, then it's denser trucks. Adds the the pollution adds the flavor. No, it kills the farms outright. Alright, there we go. Tins are us. Now we can start making the real money. Well, actually, we'll be producing the goods. The real money comes when the Zeppelin field is operational. But it will be. Alright, these need to actually be set for cans. And more cans. And you guys need to throw that stuff over there. Make sure they get, I don't know, 3 each or so. No need to keep any. And you're just going to follow the same. There and there. Fortunately, it remembers the max sent between them, so I don't need to keep setting that. I do honestly appreciate that game. That seems fine. And then when you guys have your cans ready, just throw them into the warehouse. And then the warehouse teleports it to the Zeppelin, and the Zeppelin's going to send it down to Iberia. Going to drop it off in this warehouse. And then this warehouse pumps it out and throws it over to their ironmongery. Now that's a lot of work just to give Iberia some empty tin cans. Well, steel cans, actually. What do they make? Do they still make cans out of tin? Surely. Surely they do. We'll run out of tin eventually, but I doubt they do now. Anyway, Iberia is willing to pay top dollar for my tinnies. So let's get that expensive Zeppelin field up that no longer is nice and cheap for me. Should I just do it here? I don't see why not. Just slam it over by the water side. And now you are sending, not milk. This is actually a tier 2 product, these tinnies. Over to that warehouse, which I realize now needs its corresponding Zeppelin. You can have it over there. Oh, there we go. Send it over that way. Yes, buy Zeppelin. Send maximum units. Send everything over there, because I'm quite certain Iberia has the demand for all of the cans that I put out, which is probably only about 3 a month. And in you go. Good. Pathing alert. Cannot reach. No, I'm sure you're fine. See, it went away immediately. And this warehouse, when you get all of your cans, be sure to sell them at the ironmongery. Meet the demand as much as you can. Even old tin cans are from iron or steel. Tin also means thin sheet metals of any material. Is that so? I'm sick of having these things popping up here. Let's just allow France and Germany to expand. Don't make me bankrupt, Graham. Easter eggs? Oh, they're not made of actual eggs. Plenty of opportunities for making more money here, though. No mutton for you, France. Even though I have access to mutton, I've not been making them. And doubt I'll start now. So, brilliant. That was a lot of expense, but hopefully those tinnies will pay for themselves. The question is, where we go from here? Where do we go from here? What's the next big leg up I can do? I could, would, and should probably start looking towards the extra things that I can make for big bucks. Canned mutton sounds like a precursor to the Christmas tinner. And would you look at that, one bit of can and some mutton will get us that. Is that a tier 3 item? What does the tech tree have to tell us? Sheep to canned mutton. Don't tell me you're not salivating at the thought. Could also make some chocolate bars. But that needs a lot of different stuff. Much of which I don't have. Did growing affect the demand in the other shops in the cities? You would hope so, but these numbers don't look like they've gone up, do they? Well, maybe. I don't recall anyone ever asking for 9 units of raw... Oh, well, no, they do. In the Balkans. 9 wood, 9 sand, 9 sand. Well, France wants slightly more wool? Otherwise, I'm not sure. Can we be reminded what tinner looks like? There's some good tinner for you. From top to bottom, mashed tatties, stuffing, turkey, gravy, mysterious white sauce, cranberry sauce, your greens, your mushed up carrots and stuff, and at the very bottom, your Christmas pudding. That's what we're working towards. Baby steps. Pressing tab to alt tab brings down all of these things, unfortunately, but we can bring them right back. Groovy. British food is not that awful, says TVW, but also British food. Right, I am thinking it might be mutton tin time. What could I do for that? If I set up about a bunch of mutton farms here, I could bring the tinnies over, but I still want to ship the tinnies from... No, actually, Germany's going to eat those tin muttons right here and now, aren't they? The only downside, I suppose, is that their demand for the tins is not that high. But that means I could take some of the tins for this, and the rest still get sold into the ironmonger. And That's alright, because the tins can be brought... Oh, well, no, where would the tinning be done? Tinning could be done over here in Smogville, that's not a problem. But the mutton needs to be raised somewhere that's not Smogville. And unfortunately, terraforming this stuff is so expensive. Terrifyingly so. If only I'd gotten that 18 million for the permit. Top layer scrambled eggs with bacon and minced pies. I found a picture with labels and a guy doing a wide over... Ah, I bet he's lying. Nobody would have scrambled eggs, bacon and minced pies together. Nobody, right? Perish the thought. Hey, how do those trees end up there? Okay, the lumberyard's working well, and you are not backing up, which tells me the wood is flowing rather nicely. Don't like the fact that I'm helping Scandinavia grow as much as I am. They're outgrowing France, and we're both meant to be prospering. But I suppose I have been shipping a lot to Scandinavia, so go figure. Deliver rubber to Germany for absurd amounts of money. Well, Germany is right there. That sounds like free money to me. Oh, I'm auctioning, right, I have to win the auction, but nobody else produces rubber, so I should be fine. Fine for the win there. So we just sell all these guys to go to Germany there. Sending 1 unit. Alright. You normally go to the warehouse, don't you? So don't do that. Instead, I'll tell this warehouse that gets it all to hold on to 3 of them. And it's just a tier 1 unit. All rubber to Germany's town centre, as densely packed as you can, please. Couldn't help but notice you're packed up there. Not thrilled with that, but there we go. It's like that feeling of heartburn. Just punch your chest a bit and it all just feels like it slithers on through the body. Canned mutton is very expensive to research. I'm not entirely sure that's going to pay itself off as soon as I want it to. Might be better to consider filling in other cheaper industries that I've not yet been exploiting, because I can research them mega fast. Especially if I can use land that I have available to swiftly put it to use. The Balkans has all this land that is just dying to be exploited. The question is, what can I put and where? As long as it doesn't cause pollution, it's fine to be doing here. Any traffic jams? Well, apart from what we just saw, we can look at the traffic heat map. And eyes out for any red or dark orange. Yeah, this part is apparently hot. But like heartburn, it just goes away nice and swiftly, so I'm not convinced there's anything resembling a problem there. Nah, nothing's so choked up that it's a problem right now. As it should be. What do I pay in maintenance on this thing, by the way? 15 grand. That eats up quite heavily into this. But I'm sure it all pays off nice. Oh well, no, there's also the 15 grand of the other side there. Might not be making me quite as much money as I had hoped, all that. Does this game scratch the itch that you were looking for? It's scratching something, alright. I'm really happy with this game. I think there's going to be quite a bit of time sunk into it. We won't rest until Europe is carpeted in the industry that it deserves to be. But it's going to be a bit of a journey to get there. Just trying to think... Oh, wait, paper for making those bags of crisps? How quaint. Olive oil. Made at a food factory. Seems like a good bit of a money maker. Especially since I can also sell the olives if there are excess of it. So it might not be the worst idea to smack down something of an olive farm for wee Germany here. It's just the land is so unhealthy for building on. That's why I want the Commonwealth. The Balkans would grow eventually. Might not be the worst idea to start supplying them with things that they need. And I can do like tattes and berries and hops and things for them on the cheap. Might not be a bad idea just to get that done real fast. Just plow our way through these early techs, which only take a few days each. Look at it go. And then we'll fill the Balkans full of some low-tier goods. And I will just stomach the cost of flattening this land down. In fact, I might even finally set up one of those water distributors. Irrigation tower with enhanced range, and let's just irrigate this stuff, and the Balkans can have a nice little patch here that just shoves out all of these basic goods for us, which means I need a bunch of water towers to just feed that, but that should be easy enough. I might even do it cheaply with the Adriatic coastline, which is for now completely unpolluted. That's what we'll do then. We're actually going to go back to the roots and get farming. And if I have to take out a loan to make it come together nicer, then all the better. Yeah, I've left the competitors alone. I don't plan on buying them out, even though the option is there. I just want to have them continue to work. I want to see what they do, see how they grow, see what they get up to. Feels nice getting all this tech just rammed right through. Right, why are these smelters lacking goods? What are they lacking? Coal. Are you telling me that I'm mostly sending out my stuff to elsewhere? Glassworks, smelters. Again, you should only be demanding 2 bits of coal every 15 days between you two. And these guys demand 1 bit of coal, so I can't imagine why there's a problem distributing this coal. Maximum sent. If it's only at 2 and they're told to wait until they're full, then they won't be able to do that, will they? I need to have it in multiples of 3 now. There are probably going to be a few places that complain at me like that. For example, you. Warehouse 10 wants to send maximum, but the maximum sent is only what? No, wrong way I'm looking at it. You are meant to be getting your goods from warehouse here. 3, 3, 3, 3, wait, what? Water. You're waiting on your water. And this one's backing up with it, because again, it's told to send it by the 2s. My mistake. Wait, does that even make any sense? Well, they're sending it out now, however you cut it. The Balkans will be a bread basket. I think Poland is going to end up being the main bread basket. Sending out this water stuff one at a time from here. It could be a lot better if it was densely packed out by a warehouse. I wonder if it's actually worth my time to set up a warehouse that purely takes in that water. Delightful fresh water. Alright, let's do it this way then. All these waters that are doing orchards and stuff. No, you don't. Send all that water into this warehouse. Same with you, not even to that air purifier. We're having none of that nonsense here. So the orchards and all the paper mills need to get their water now, but they'll get it from this warehouse. Warehouse. Raw resource of water. Firstly, to these orchards. Maximum sent 6. And then send it to that air purifier as well. And then finally, 4 different setups that go to these paper mills. Nice that it remembers the old 6 there as well. This will cut down on the traffic massively, or at least that's my intention. So paper mill 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right, I want to see this in action. Should be sending out loads of water to that warehouse, making this a very busy thoroughfare. Ah, look at him go. Iberia want wooden planks. The money's good there, but I'm going to pass on that and rather sell them to Germany right now. Are you going to be getting your water then? You should have all the water you need. It's lack of wood. Why would you be lacking wood? This guy should be pumping out plenty of wood. Am I not making enough? That wouldn't make a lot of sense. Something isn't adding up here. You should be going to that paper mill, no problem. And yet you don't. Yeah, I know, I could be sending it to an irrigation tower. I'll get there eventually. What am I missing out on? Why are they not sending this wood to this paper mill? You're even sending it to the hardware store. Where is that hardware store truck? Probably going to be like finding a needle in a haystack there. Why do they not send elsewhere? It's possible that there's not enough wood coming in, but I'm fairly certain the wood stuff is overflowing, especially if it's being sent there. So why does it not send to the paper mills? Maybe because it's max sent at 3, and they each have 1 bit of wood, so they don't want to send a full load. Yeah, that makes a bit of sense. Right, so if I make this max sent 6... Wow, if I'm using max sent, I need to be careful with it from now on. Thankfully, the game gives you these warnings, so next up it should take care of those. Then there's stuff like glassworks smelter here. No, but these ones I expect to be down every now and then because I control the amount of glass. Hopefully that solves itself in time. No, I'm not using trains because I don't see the necessity in trains right now. When I do, I'll have them. And given that there's probably going to be a large quantity of goods coming out of the Balkans here at low value, that will probably necessitate trains. Depends where I put them after all. But Germany, if Germany is hungry for our goods, is probably going to be ripe for having a little train network here that shoves it in. But for now, I don't see the need. And I should have thought to flatten out my Europe a bit more. The hills and such do make this a taxing one to work with. Okay, don't care about offshore harvesters. I will probably want one-way roads at some point. Now might be a good idea to start thinking about that. What else can we work towards? There is a demand for olive oil that I want to start working with. I think there's a demand for soup that I should be ready for. And we did see a demand for dough, which is just flour and water. So that seems like a nice, easy thing to be getting on. Excellent. It just means it's going to be all the more rewarding when you do have trains ready for you. Hang on. Allow the rights to be purchased. No. Oh, I'm not paying 10 million to build in Iberia. You have a bit of oil, but most of your land is horrific for building on, so I think I'll pass on that, thanks. Make olive oil in Italy or Greece for the roleplay. Perhaps down the line, but for now this area is too good to pass up on using. So, my area... Wow, that's good. There's probably an optimal setup for this. I just don't know what it is. But wow, that looks good. Looks real good. How would we even do this then? I have you there. How would I feed you water? Probably still better to feed you water by warehousing it down from a water collector. Just how much water you're going to need though, I don't know. And then I'll have all the farming done that I need. In fact, this whole place will be covered in farms. And then the farming goods will be shoved into a warehouse, I suppose around here. And then, given the quantity of goods, it's probably something that I want to train around. So train connection to Germany there, and train connection into France about here. Can anyone confirm or deny if trains need to worry about pathing for collision? Do I need to have little train roundabouts and intersections? Caring about that? Because I don't know. I haven't used trains here apart from a single route back and forth. No wooden planks for you, Iberia. Trains slow down on collision, but they don't get stopped. Slow down. That's quite funny. Did Germany want soup? They did want soup. Oh, there's going to be plenty to give Germany then. I hadn't even considered the apple smoothie, but that's another thing that I could look into. So we have this stuff. And it's nice to be able to blow through my research. It might not look like I'm making tons of money right now, but I am chucking a whole million away on research every month. If I wasn't doing that, I'd be stockpiling that money. Yeah, it's not like Open Transport Tycoon where collision is death. Oh, nice money influx from delivering that rubber to Germany. I'm hesitating a little bit because to make most of this, I will likely need to terraform around here, and that's not going to be cheap. Flattening this stuff, I'm already seeing that cost and wincing, but let's just get it done. Get on with it and all that. I can see why they wouldn't want to put in a signaling system. That stuff can be intimidating. I shouldn't have closed that away. I think it showed me people that were in need of goods. Thankfully I can just look for any red blotches on the map. But it looks like I solved my problems, largely. I just worry that these tins aren't making me money because of the upkeep that I'm spending on these Zeppelin thingers. They only get used every few months. And I still pay a lot of money for them. Well, maybe it's not a big deal. Sorry, Alps, you've got to go. The Christmas dinner demands it. Well, the Alps are going to shrink and shrink as time goes on, I dare to say. Okay, enough wussing about here. Let's make this happen. Let's take out a cheeky little loan in case we... Well, this is almost certainly going to end up more expensive than I want it to be. But let's take out a... Ooh, a loan from the Russians. No, we're investing in the Balkans. We should take our loan out from the Balkans. 10 million. There we go. Lovely competitive rate on it. Now... I've never done this irrigation before, so yell at me when this doesn't go exactly to plan. Start with irrigation tower there. Have a road that comes away from it, and this road will be packed with water that flows into it. I don't think the irrigation tower range gets any more than that. They're cheaper to use, so it makes a lot of sense to use some water siphons here. And I have extra water siphon setup-y things, so... How much water is this thing going to need? Probably a ton. I have to consider this is also going to take up more space, but maybe it's okay. Oh man, the awkwardness of this setup. Surely I can be forgiven for just flattening out a little bit of this land. No one's going to know or miss it. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, that looks considerably easier for me to work with. Now we can have you in a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5. Might as well have you working full pelt. I'm not sure I even want to do the calculations on this. I should just be throwing it out as fast as possible. And I will almost certainly want another one of you. With 1, 2, 3, 4. That would block you, putting you in there, sadly. 5. Yeah, these things are a whole lot cheaper to be building than the other collector. The whole left-hand drive thing means that's a bit of a cut-off, but whatever. So then, that should be plenty of water. If we need more water, there's plenty of sources for it. And it should be thrown into a warehouse, which is much faster to be put to use. It comes into the warehouse like so. And it should... I mean, the warehouse is going to need some way out, so we'll put you in there. And then I need to connect you up. Not sure if I like the positioning on the roads there. Might be better to place farms first. Incoming slots, water well. Oh, so it automatically takes from these water wells. Thing is, I'm not sure I want these water wells active just yet. But for now, they could at least feed the thing. Did that take away from their previous destinations? No. But I will tell them to go there now. Shove it all to the irrigation tower. Does it just work automatically then, the irrigation tower? Automatically watering all of these? I hope so. Less for me to worry about. If the water gatherers are in its range, then the irrigation tower doesn't need trucks to deliver water. What, really? That's madness. However, it does eat into the space here. Kaladin is saying that that is false. I think we're going to be able to get a lot more water out of here, so I'm not too fussed about that for now, although I'm convinced we will need more down the line. For now, though, what am I going to be producing here? Well, farms. Lots of farms, of course. Question is, how are they going to be set up? Without one-way roading... Wait, I have one-way roading. Well, without thinking how to properly use one-way roading, this is probably asking for trouble. This road network into the irrigation tower should be separate. Yeah. Yeah, it certainly should. In that case... Why don't I just say to hell with the water that we have coming in for now. I'm going to delete all this stuff, make my money back, and just have a separate load of my stuff coming out here. These guys don't need anything delivered for their crop farms now. So how's it going to be? Perhaps I should consider... Let's see, that's the range of the irrigation. So consider that I want everything coming into this warehouse, one way or the other. Which itself probably needs this stuff flattened out a bit more. It's a little nerve-wracking doing something like this. I'm also suddenly realizing that I do not have the ability to make... No, I do have the ability to do tunnels and bridges, so I can bridge over roads here. I probably want some kind of one-way roadie network thing into this so it doesn't get chewed up with traffic. But I don't know how to do that right now. Oh well. Word to the wise, I can figure it out at some point. No, why don't I just start putting down, stop worrying about things. This crop farm, for example, I want to start pumping out some vegetables, because my people want vegetables. Probably 2 good crop farms of it. Of course, also, Germany's going to want some soup. Soup needs just vegetables and water for German soup. Perish the thought. Still, maybe a couple of veggie farms and we see where we go with that. Ah, irrigation tower getting in my way quite nicely there. Oh well. Wait, what the heck am I doing? With that set up, you're just getting in my way there. Yeah, maybe I just leave a bit of space here. Or... Since you're kind of in the way already, why don't I have you come down like so? That gives me a nice straighter edge to work with. Kind of nerve-wracking trying to figure out how to do this efficiently. Because I know, even if it's temporary, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution. So if that's where we're going to be starting out from, how about 1, 2, 3, 4? There, can't say fairer than that. That's a good starting point. So you're going to be one of our veggie farms. And veggie farm will be delivering to that warehouse, one way or another. And then we're going to have another veggie farm. And I can't help but feel we would benefit from having another veggie farm. What is overproduction? What is over terraforming? Are you telling me that actually blocks that because of the road? There you go. Man, this stuff fairly racks up in cost swiftly, doesn't it? Now that, some way, somehow, needs to get into here. But why not make this a one-way road? Probably because the trucks need to get back here, don't they? So... I don't think this is going to be so chock full of traffic that I need to worry too much about it. I worry about the approach into here, though. It's going to come out, and in one way or another it's going to need to rope its way back into this road. But there must be some way to do this that isn't such a mess. Still, that's going to dump all of our vegetables into this warehouse. What else do I think I need right now? Germany's demands for apple smoothies tell me that I'm going to want some apple farms. Do other places want straight up apples? Actually, we've seen a distinct lack of apple eaters here in Europe. I think the only place I've seen that eats apples is Scandinavia. Does anyone else eat apples? Perhaps not, but smoothies are the better moneymaker anyway. So, how many smoothies are you going to be drinking down? 3 smoothies every 15 days. Well, that's not very many. I could easily overproduce that. So I will actually need somewhere to dump my excess apples to. Does anybody eat apples? Ooh, Iberia eats apples. And since I can shove them around by train, that's not going to be too costly for me. This is what I'm talking about. I want trains where I have bulk things of low value to ship around. Because trains do it mighty cheap. Getting Scandinavia and Iberia their apples, certainly an option. At least the excess apples can go there. With this in mind, I'm probably going to want to make sure that my warehouses can store more. Where is... Yeah, just in case we end up with too much, I want to have extra storage there. I don't understand this collection radius. Why is that a thing for warehouses? Are you telling me that warehouses can send out trucks to collect things? If that's true, that's big. Big, and I didn't know it. Should make me feel quite the fool. Right, apples. Get me those apples. The need for apples is not that dire. Warehouses can auto-collect and supply. How do I get the warehouses to collect? Because if the warehouses collect from these, that's going to really cut down. Incoming products, none. Incoming. But could I make you collect from this crop farm? The industries still send deliveries themselves to the warehouse. What? How then would I take from this orchard to this warehouse? Because the warehouse trucks have triple capacity from these guys, which is pretty big. Also, I don't have apples, do I? Whoops. I will want those apples. Get rid of dough for now, and then get dough afterwards. Dough's an expensive one, so it'll take a bit of time. Auto collection just means that you don't need to fiddle, and they do distribute using warehouse trucks. Well, warehouses distribute with warehouse trucks, but if this orchard sends its goods to the warehouse, I believe they're only doing it one at a time. As in one truck holding one good. I can check something that's in motion right now. This truck here is only carrying one bit of wood. Right, so I think I only need one apple orchard to meet demands right now, because demands are low. What else are people going to be chowing down on in the Balkans or otherwise? I do have access to chocolate. Plenty of places do like their chocolate. Not the Germans, sadly. The French? Yeah, the French like their chocolate, and chocolate can be done nice and cheaply. So why don't we have a few chocolate plantations? I think chocolate is a plantation good. Well, cocoa is. Good enough. I do wonder if this road's going to get absolutely clogged. It shouldn't do, though. Well, actually, every 30 days, each of these is going to pour out 10 trucks, which is quite a lot. And these guys turning from left onto left is probably going to make this a bit of a jam. Well, let's just hope that it isn't. Simply hoping makes things work out for me more often than not. Send to warehouse 6. You also send to the warehouse 6, but 16. At least if this is inefficient, I'll learn how to do it better for the Commonwealth. Okay. What else does Germany want? I'm going to want a lot of dough. Well, maybe not a lot. Dough is worth good money. Let's just make some flour. 2 into 2 into 2. How about the mutton, though? There is a thought for adding my livestock here, but the wool would also need somewhere to go. Olive oil. I've not been doing my olives. The demand for olive oil is quite low. It's easy enough to make, though. Set up my olive farm. I think olives are done in orchards. And the way I have this set up is not ideal, is it? No, it was better the way you were looking that other way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it's not the end of the world if I have it like so. Just a little bit of lost space. There we go. I'm burning through that loan I got, so I should keep that in mind. Caesar demanding his oil. Well, not from me. Not this time, at least. Right, these farms are going to start up. They're going to go into this warehouse. The warehouse packs them down, and then it needs to be distributed. Distributed to where? And how? Well, the how is a train station. So let's build your train terminal. Oh, right. Now this train terminal should be able to go out to various places. That shouldn't be a concern. But how it goes out... Can easily get over to Germany there. And down to France as a consideration too. Because these trains can make some very sharp turns. Okay. Still don't understand the need for a road into these places. I've never noticed them needing that. Now, Germany. Again, down here is a very inconvenient place for my warehousing. It's certainly very inconvenient. But I can have you go in here. Meet up like so. And then you get your own train terminal. Ooh, I'm not liking the way these tracks are going to be coming here. I wonder if I can fit it up here and have that be valid. Terraforming keeps costing me more to check these things. My plan for this map was to make terraforming cheaper, given how unpleasant it is to build in Europe. But it turns out there is no option for making it cheaper. It's either you can do it or you can't. And not being able to would be a hell of a pain. Must be done within owner's range, so it actually... does it? Oh, maybe it needs to be completely inside, not just partially inside. Oh, well, this is just getting more and more expensive. There you go. I'll have you link up here for what little good that'll do. Does it even need linked up? Hard to say. Well, it's complaining about not being able to reach, so probably. Now let's get that track going. Red to red, I suppose. Actually, in what way does it need to go in? I'm not sure. Not sure at all. Well, it's coming into the green, right? So that way seems to make the most sense to me. Maybe this road that I built is actually getting my way more than I thought. Oh yeah, now that's a turn a train can make. Now how would you want to get over to here? Well, I don't want you sharing that track, that's for certain. These guys don't mind taking these hills. This is hideous. Kaladin is suddenly regretting what he's asked for. There we go. That's going to bring it in. And now, and now, and now. That means Germany can get all those goods. Those tracks are, oh, the pride of the DB, I guess. Shangs, that was just a short one. I'm going to want one coming over to France as well. Surely collision won't be a problem. Well, I'll make do with that for now. Start getting some goods popping out. Oh, that's right, the irrigation tower isn't functional. Might be a big help if it were. I'll just have you thunking in like that for now. And you need that water sent over there as densely as you can. And I don't believe for 2 seconds that these water siphons are going to be enough for that. So perhaps I should have another. One, two, three, 4, and 5. That is hideous, but okay. Maybe I'm already wishing that I had just stuck to this slightly more expensive water thingamajiggers. What am I trying to say? The other water one. Water wells. There we go. Work with that. I keep hydrated plenty well myself, Protozoac. I don't appreciate people poking at that. Feels like babying. Grown man can water himself all he needs. This is hideous, but it's okay, says Chernobyl workers. Right, apples. Activate. We want our apple smoothies someday. You'd think the bright red marks would remind Jake, but alas. What, remind me that I need to hydrate these fields? They are waiting on it, but they might be waiting a while, since my water places aren't active yet. But they'll be active soon enough. Thinking about it though, one of these generally supplies, what, 2 fields? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-ish fields. Probably telling me I need to double up on the amount of water siphoning that I have going on here. And I'm almost certain this warehouse setup is going to get clogged with water. Waterlogged, if you will. For 60 months, the cost of all buildings is reduced by 25 and the upkeep is reduced by 25. That is huge. Anybody would want that. I want that. It's a shame it's happening after I built all these farms, but still, that is damn good. It's almost worth taking out another big fancy loan for. Headquarters, talk to me. Target Commonwealth. Oh, hang on, but it's the ability to build in the Commonwealth. Build permit in the region of Commonwealth for 4 million. That is a steal. Alright, well, I will have to take out a lovely loan for that. Who's going to give me the loan that I need? The Russian Empire will, of course. I need that. Is anybody going to outbid me? Well, I'll be damned. I guess the others don't have the dosh because I keep denying them other places to go. Right, that's effective for a long time. The question is, do I also have reduced costs for building elsewhere? Yeah, all these places want my stuff. Too bad for them. We can test this out. If I were to build a lumber yard here, it's reduced. And okay, so everywhere it got reduced. That was an amazing event to get. Thank you kindly, game. I'm so convinced that this is going to get choked up with water coming in. I don't like what I've done here. I really don't like it. There's no way this its setup is efficiently going to get the water coming in from so many locations at a reasonable rate, especially since they're going to be chucking it there. I mean, I could make another warehouse for more of them, but I feel I'm just imprisoned by my lack of setup here. Right, tell you what, since we just got this cheaper to build everything, why don't I just say, I made a mistake, eat the mistake, demolish all this. You make a mistake, you own it. And then what we just do is we fill this up with water towers, which come cheaper, because I don't like what I'd set up there at all. We didn't lose out too much in the costs there, I suppose a little bit. Maybe a quarter of what we invested there was lost. But I want the much smaller water producers. And that means they can come in nice and tightly down on this. How big are they? Well, it doesn't really matter though, does it? Gatherers. Yeah, we lost on the pride. That's alright. It's okay to make mistakes around here. At least that's what Bob Ross keeps telling me. And he probably knows his stuff. I wonder if it would be fine to have this go one way then. Yeah, probably is. Why don't we just have this one-way road? Can I not do that? I don't think it likes that being one way, does it? Or does it? It's hard to tell. Really, that would work on one way. Why would it not? Just means in and out can only go that way. Now I wonder. No, surely it's fine. No reason why it wouldn't be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I need a lot of these. I need rather a lot of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, right, yeah. Each of these I'm not getting a reduction in cost on. So it's actually rather painful in its own way. That's alright, we'll persevere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 4, and I'm convinced I need 6 of these. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. And one more. Jings, I'm burning all that money that I took from the Russians just on water into businesses that I don't really have a sound proof of concept for. I also need the road to circle back on these guys, or else they're not going to get their vehicles back. It's probably okay though. Harvester, harvester. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All going one way. And that means as you come out here, you should also have a... I guess it doesn't need to be one way coming back here, but the trucks are going to want to come back into this. So maybe this should be one way. Ah, but then ones that return from here need to be able to come back too. I'm sure it's no biggie. It's where I find out that I'm just not getting the roads right whatsoever. These kind of games always boil down to that. How well can you do your roads? I wonder if this is going to work. No beef for you, Scandinavia. One-way roads are faster in that if you organize them properly, they're going to be faster. So this is working out quite well. All of these trucks would really be backing up if this wasn't one-way, and looking at it is actually backing up already. And all these guys, once they deliver, they want to come back out. Is this going to work, though? Or is this just going... No, that seems to work pretty well. Well, thank goodness for that. And then these dense trucks, full of 3 units of water each, go into there and come back and get back into the warehouse. This actually does work out well. Thank goodness, I was worried I was breaking everything here. It's crazy how many road building games I've played, and yet I still don't know the basics of roading. You and me both, Rebel Ham. I'm not good at sorting these things out very efficiently. Wait, do I choose? Surely you automatically water all these people. Yeah, looks like you are. And then this warehouse, well, it's building up its veggies already. What's your... Oh, right, I destroyed this road, didn't I? There you go. That looks hideous, but it'll work. So now you're going to want to send your goods out. Thankfully, goods last forever. So vegetables. Germany wants their vegetables at their farmer's market. The Balkans also want their veggies. It is an option to send it over to that farmer's market. And I do want the Balkans to grow, so it's probably a good idea to meet demand on that. But also send our vegetables over to this warehouse by train. But don't give them more than... What's the train capacity, actually? Capacity 12. Well, don't send them more than 12. They need to ship out everything they've got first. Send maximum amounts. And then this warehouse can take those vegetables and sell them to Germany's farmer's market. There we go. That takes care of the veggies nice and easily. I'm not making the soup yet, but did I actually research soup? I did research soup. And just by adding water, I can double the value of those veggies. I think I'll look into that later, though. For now, I want all of these operational. I wonder if it's getting enough water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it should be. It should be working. Maybe it just takes a bit of time for that water to be arriving. And balancing out for everyone. Oh my goodness, look at those trucks go. I really hope this doesn't become a problem. Nah, this stuff comes and goes. They'll be okay. Yeah. That's good. Very good. Cooked veggies, bags of chips. I'm looking to clear off a lot of the early research, just so it's out of the way in case I ever need to swiftly jump into something else. Early stuff that's going to be useful. Bricks, huh? Haven't seen anybody desperate for bricks. No point getting into the prototype stuff, and that does leave me able to jump into more of these. Urban road speed increase. Tempting me there. Yeah, having everything move faster sounds pretty sweet. I still don't understand this collection radius. I'm going to need that spelt out to me at some point. Boat depot is probably not a big deal for us. Zeppelins, train speeds, efficiencies. I don't think any of these need to work at a higher capacity just yet. The gatherers I like working at more capacity because then I can pump out more raw goods like oil and gas and such. But I should probably stabilize what I have right now because I'm starting to overreach mentally. You can't reach what? What do you mean you can't oh, wait. Use the train terminal. Why can't you reach that train terminal? Oh, huh. For some reason that's not connected. And it's not about to become connected like that either. Whoops. Let's see if we can't fix this problem. So you need to come out. Well, you need to get into there, don't you? But for some reason you keep linking up with that thing. Can't they just carry the train by hand at that point? It's not far. It isn't far, but it's still too far for these guys. There you go. It's no railway empire, but it works. It just works. It's still... no, okay, it's not moaning anymore. Great, so now warehouse here should be able to dump out its vegetables as Germany needs them. And Germany doesn't need them right now, they already had it fully dealt with. I just checked an irrigation tower with 0 road connectors and water gatherers in the radius, and it works. So, I've been misled here. Apparently, I don't need to ship my water in. I could just have the water gatherers inside the range of the water well. Huh. That's so. In that case, this whole setup is a complete waste of time. But not entirely. If I had these water collectors inside this irrigation tower's range, it would limit the amount of space I have to plant farms, but I could just put it on the perimeter. Well, I have something set up, and I don't want to tear this down yet again. Maybe in the future. No, let's not demolish and rebuild again. Let's be happy we're actually making money. And again, I'd be making more money if I wasn't dumping 1 million a turn on research. What I'm looking at is the stuff that I'm piling up on my warehouse and thinking how to distribute it. You don't want the chocolate, but who does? Do the Balkans like chocolate? They do, they want that cocoa. Might seem a bit back and forthy to send it out this way, but how's the range on this thing? Pretty big. If I send you out along here and feeding back into that road, we'll have something quite hideous. Oh god, that's more hideous than I was banking on. But it's not unthinkable to bring you guys along like so. And now this warehouse can share its chocolate. Chocolate goes to farmer's market, meet demand. Maybe I shouldn't have it wait until full. But I don't know if it's going to cleverly send more in a truck if it can't. Let's try this actually. Meet the demand, send out your first load of chocolate, and let's see how you do it. Yeah, you do send out by 3, so maybe I'm shooting myself in the foot by having it force send maximum. But I'd rather it sent maximum. But that also means it's not going to fill all the demand here. Ah, you pain me, game. You really pain me. No, I'd rather undersupply them and make every bit of money that I can on it, I think. Does road have an upkeep cost? Or once you buy it, it's there forever? I think roads and railways are forever free of upkeep cost. But you pay upkeeps on the buildings, so this warehouse is costing me a fat stack of change each month. Glassworks is fine, that thing's meant to go down. Commonwealthy, as if wealth were common, but they want their cocoa as well. So, what do I do? Do I send this over for its own? Well, I can build in the Commonwealth, but that's neither here nor there. I do think I should... Well, I want the place to grow, so I should be sending over their need for olives and cocoa by train. have you there. At least it's cheaper to be building everything at the moment. Let's get another bit of hideous train station magic going, all thanks to this awful terrain for building on. And that's what I'll continue to blame it on. Road comes out the top here. I wonder if that means it'd be better off just to stick you in here then. Probably not with those humps in the way. There you go then. My God, it's horrible. The length of the track, I suppose, doesn't really matter much though, does it? Oh God, this is unforgivable. Could we just flatten this out somehow? I know it costs millions. But that millions cost is too much to bear. If I wanted you connected into there, yeah, I wouldn't be having any of it. But what if I at least brought you this far? Couldn't we have you come in like so? Yeah, of course we could. And then I could have you come up. And let's just get rid of this thing. It's getting in my way too much. Forgive me, train enthusiasts. I know the crimes I'm committing, and yet I commit them. Somewhere down the line, I'm... That'll do, I suppose. Somewhere down the line, I'm going to be ripping this up and making it a whole lot better. At least, so I hope. Till that day comes, this is going to be a mark of shame on Europe. Hopefully by then I'll actually look into how to make half-decent railway lines in this game. Didn't like that. There we go. It's so bad. I'm sorry, Commonwealth, the things I'm doing to you here. Still though, let's get that chocolate over to that warehouse by train. Maximize it. Give them up to 12. And then you're going to be shipping that chocolate over to their farmer's market, and you'll meet their demand. You drew South America there. Oh, well, sure. Anything bulging out there looks Brazilian-like. Right, I am making, what, 10 chocolate every 15 days? And that's enough to meet the demand there. I'm giving it to the Balkans, I'm giving it to the Scandinavians, but I think the French are not being given their chocolate. And their demand for cocoa is actually rather high, isn't it? I could just wimp out and send it from that warehouse as well. Send the chocolate over to France. It's not too far to go by truck, and it's fairly densely packed, and it saves me having to scare myself even more by building train lines down into France. Maybe I just shouldn't be dealing more with trains than I've just made here. I need to wait until I can flatten land out here and make nice looking train lines, because I just cannot handle that. Alright, great, I will wimp out then. Get your cocoa and give it to France's farmer's market. And that means you should also be sending cocoa over to there by train. There we go, I think that'll work. No, Andaris, we're not calling it a day just yet. In fact, we probably won't be calling it a day for quite some time. There's plenty more I want to do here. My worry is that I'm not very good at doing a lot of things efficiently here. I need to look up efficient designs or practice with them. But I suppose I can practice with them as we go along here. Because hopefully I should continue making plenty of money. There we go, off you trot with your chocolate. Ah, that's right, we still have these demands in the Balkans. Wait, these ones just popped up. But you don't have a clothing store, do you? And I want you to have one, so just pay for that and let you advance, Balkans. Yay, we're a first world country, they say. Okay. Okay. There are other goods coming to this warehouse that I need to deal with, surely. Those olives, for one. Do the Balkans themselves want some olives? They don't, but who does? Commonwealth wants some olives. So, destination of olives. Over to there by train, please. Ship them with up to 12 max. I can already see how this backfires with the way I keep using the wait until full thing. So maybe I shouldn't be doing 12, maybe I should be doing, say, 20. Yeah. The way it would backfire is, let's say they had just one olive here, and Commonwealth, they want olives, but they go, oh, we can't deliver until we have a full truck, so we'll wait for a shipment to come in. But the shipment goes, oh, they have one, I can't send a full shipment to bring them up to 13 because I say max 12. So using max 12 is a bad idea. I should always do the max above the capacity, or else I'm just going to shoot myself in the foot. That's what I've decided now. Of course, God knows how many mistakes I've made that have that in it, but that's okay. We'll make mistakes. Something, something, happy accidents. I'd love to see a train collision, though. I wonder how that works out for me, since there's no signaling. Germany, do you want olives? You do. But more than that, you want olive oil. I wonder what my best way to do the olive oil would be. Do we have the food processing plant? Yeah, we've got food factory here. I would want to do my smogging with the oil in an already established smog town, like here. I would come over here, be processed, but should I be doing that? Maybe it would be in my benefit simply to sell the olives raw for now. I have plenty of them coming in. Can I shift click this? I can! Oh, sweet, shift clicking. That'll work well. Great, and then you, with the olives that you're going to be getting, shunt them over to German farmer market. Alright, what else is coming in that I'm not dealing with? Apples. I need to turn, or apples I certainly want to turn into apple smoothies. The markup there should be pretty good. Is there something like Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 that says X amount after Y time? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Andarish. You're going to have to elaborate. God, I'm happy seeing that money coming in and denying my competitors the ability to expand. Wait, is this thing even working? It is, and I never told it to put itself into the warehouse. That's my mistake. Which is going to cause even more of a backlog of traffic, but that's alright. That stuff fixes itself periodically. Right, now that you have your apples, who wanted the apples? Oh dear, please tell me Germany wants apples. They don't, okay. Whoops. France, surely you want apples? No, I think we were over this. Apples are not heavily in demand. Iberia wants them, and I don't want to give them to Iberia. Storage is full. Is that really a problem? Make sure they're up to 30 in that storage tower. And I can probably turn down the efficiency on these guys. No need to pay extra for goods I don't need. I haven't had the event where the state really wants raw goods, but I should have access to... No, I don't have good access to selling to the state. The state can be sold to here, here, and here. One of them is not in my control, the other two are strictly in AI control, so that doesn't work out well for me. Well, fortunately, selling to the state is generally bad unless you have that really cool event. He's thinking... No, making that one way would probably bite me in the butt. I didn't like the way that it turned left onto here, and then turned left like that. Why would it not just... Ah, because it's not one way. Otherwise they would happily probably turn onto this part and then up to here. Ach, wheel. Okay. I'm not putting those apples to use. I need to put those apples to use. They could be shunted up to Scandinavia. But I can only imagine the mess it would be getting them over there. Of course, if I rocked this up over here, and I had myself a little setup, I would be able to shift goods wholesale over to Scandinavia. Sounds delightfully devilish. I've had this warehouse sitting here doing nothing. It's cost me... Well, it's mothballed. Thankfully, mothballed buildings cost next to nothing. But I could set it up here, couldn't I? Have it branch off, go up here on the other side of Smogton. And then... Yeah, flood Scandinavia with apples. They wouldn't like that. Well, the AI here wouldn't like it. I could even shove vegetables and cocoa up there. And berries. Yeah. And since they're being taken by train, it would be quite cheap. The only not so cheap part is establishing a good place for my warehouse. But we can get that done. Can't build a non-block tile. Oh, there's a little hump there. What else is blocking me? Maximum building count reached? Am I about to learn something that I don't like in this game? No? No? So what's the problem? Maximum building count reached. I can build one here, though. I can only have one warehouse in enemy-controlled territory. Right. Whew, I was worried about that. Okay, but what do I do about this? Do I demolish you and put you over there? Or do I bring my train line disgustingly over to here? Both are options, but I think it's better that I simply demolish you and all the roads I built here, and simply have it over here. It's a shame. I thought I'd get away with having a nice cheap warehouse, but it's not like this warehouse is much more expensive. So. In you go like so. And of course, I want you. I could Zeppelin over here. Can't forget Zeppelins are an option. They're not as cheap as trains, though. And it would cut into my profits a fair bit. Well, I suppose the question is just how... Oh, that's the wrong way around to put that thing. Thank God I can undo it. How horrible can we make this? Let's say I wanted you over here. We can find a use for Visby. Yeah, there we go. I don't think... Yeah, I don't have the permit to make it even flatter. But... that's a capital use for Visby. How about we have you coming over here? And like so. My goodness, the game is not happy trying to calculate these routes. But that's okay, I'm pretty happy calculating them. Okay, we'll get you down to here, and then along here. Oh, sometimes it just says, no, no, you must be insane, don't do this to me. And decides not to put it through, but I know it will oblige. I know it will oblige. Come on, game, oblige. Or maybe I need to make it a specific bridge. I wonder if this causes pollution. Wow. Scandinavians everywhere hate it. Fortunately, though, their feelings are not oh, it happened again. Oh, damn. This is actually a big problem because I can't terraform here. Fortunate. Oh, no, that doesn't work. That is stuck. That is stuck and a half. It's okay, though. I'll just get rid of you. Get rid of you. And place you elsewhere that I can make such a movement from. Yeah, took it for granted that I can terraform, because I can't. Okay, which side is which here? Not sure all that much. But I think this is the outy one here. Then I need my innie one. That poor AI player in Scandinavia. He must be saying something like, surely, surely this is not allowed. His cries will not be listened to. How about we F8 mode this one? Might be a lot easier for building train lines. Backup question, which way goes which way? I actually don't know. Let's see, you'd be coming out this way. And I'd want you to... Oh my god, signals would make this a lot easier. This way is it coming in? Of course, it's left-hand drive, even for trains. I set it to be as such. Which means you just need to... connect over like so. But it doesn't want to link in like that. Why not? Don't understand. Would you like to link... Ooh, oh dear. The game does not like connections on diagonals, Jake. Is that so? Well, how am I meant to connect this up here? I could have you sweep around over to here, couldn't I? You could make a circle or a cross. You are overestimating my ability when it comes to managing this sort of stuff. How about that then? This is so many shades of hideous. There we go. Now you can go up there or down here. But people here need to still be able to take that option. There. There. Boy, I already want to do this one over. There. Options aplenty. Everybody can go everywhere. It's almost in Germany, so it's like German engineering. Now, as long as I link this one up, I'm doing all this expense just to sell some relatively low-value products over to Scandinavia, but it's okay. So, those apples. Apples to Scandinavia by train. The cost of that is really heavy, but the fact that we can send it so densely makes it okay. And then this warehouse will shift its apples to the farmer's market to meet demand. Nice. Jake, the edge of the bridge rail kerfuffle. Ah, this again. Other train building... Oops, oh bollocks, what did I just undo? Ah. Other building games certainly have their kerfuffles too, but this one feels particularly agonizing when it comes to building railway roads. But I'm open to the idea that that's just because I'm really bad at it. So I'm not going to leverage that against the game until I have more experience. Okay, maybe I'll leverage it just a little bit. Sometimes it feels like you have something and then when you release it does something else. Okay. Apples going to Scandinavia. Great. Where else did I want to send my apples, if anywhere? Well, I've only got one apple field worth, which I don't think is even enough to meet Scandinavia's need for apples. Because they want 8 every 15 days, and I'm only doing 5 every 15 days. So that alone will work out. But did I figure out my smoothies yet? I did. And Germany wants those smoothies. So, where am I going to make my smoothies? They're delivered to here, so it's possible I could make smoothies in Smogton. Actually, you know what? We don't need to. We'll make money just in selling the apples to Scandinavia as it is. Don't you have to set the apple train again because of the deleting? I don't think so. It still oh look, it's on its way right now. Oh crap, no, it's using the wrong thing. No, abort, don't use the trucks. Well, those guys are off on a long journey. And I think by cancelling that, these trucks just are returning back very slowly. Why did I see some trucks on a long way to a German farmer's market from here? They're on their way to the Balkans farmer market, but it said Germany. Ah, because it's from a German warehouse. This warehouse counts as Germany. I gotcha, game. I gotcha. Right, I'm slowly getting to grips with this. I just feel glad that I haven't built on the Commonwealth yet. This is prime virgin ground, only for when I think I have enough skills to make something quite optimal. Or maybe I won't touch it until I'm in chicken dinner territory. Yeah, the Christmas dinner. That's how we'll cleave our way through the Commonwealth. This might get backed up a bit, but it's not a big deal, I think. Because it only periodically gets backed up. Yeah, it's fine. Good thing the trucks came back. Those apples were going to be special on arrival. Very good for you. Good for getting inebriated on the cheap, and I doubt that System Belogat or any of the other... Oh god, you're going to get extra pollution smothering your apples here. But I am selling here, right? They don't have any stored, so I hope I have a train en route currently with apples. Max sent all that. You have apples in storage. You have apples in storage. Okay, they've already got them stored up. Hopefully I'm faster than my competitor at filling up the marketplace with them, otherwise I'm going to back out with apples a bit. But otherwise, I don't think I'm overflowing on anything. The capacity of 84 units is fine, although I do wish it was a little bigger. I feel like I'm going to end up backed up a bit. So I'll get some extra capacity while I'm at it. Might as well continue with my research. Okay. Things are getting a little dicey with what I was doing there, but this is okay. I need to start thinking about what to do next to make loads of money. I still have the Balkans irrigated and waiting for me to irrigate some more. How large are these things anyway? Are they 4x4 or 3x3? That's 4x4, alright. I can't exactly sneak one in here. But it's good to know that I could just shove them over on the perimeter of this thing and be okay. I mean, I could shove them over here, no need for trucks or anything. I'm not exactly going to fit farm. Well, I could, but I'm not going to. Which tells me I could have a lot more farming going on here. Balkans, is there stuff that I could be making that you want? And they say, yes, we want berries and hops. And I say, I can do that. Hell, I might even be born to do that. How many are we talking about? One field of both should be plenty to keep you satisfied on both. Oh god, they're overstocking on eggs. Why and how? Surely you're only meant to meet demand at that farmer's market. Ah, because you send to the farmer's market. Please don't do that. I thought I'd cleared those out before, but clearly not. Send all the eggs to the warehouse, and the warehouse will send them to others who want eggs. Like good old Commonwealth. John, and to think the Balkans were going hungry once. Not hungry enough. Alright, we'll give them their berries and their hops. Come on, I'm not a monster here. It's free money, essentially, if I just smack it down and give it to them. At least that's how I'll look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's for the hops, and the berries are done in an orchard, which is a slightly different layout. A layout that I have mucked up. However, I can shove you over here, and no harm done. Also, berries are not done in orchards. What are berries done on? Plantations, but of course. We're gonna do this. Am I gonna feed you into here? That should work out. Hopefully it doesn't create too much traffic. And these guys aren't going to work at all unless I get them their water well. One, two, three, four, five. And I don't need to set a destination for the trucks because apparently it's just going to get drank up by you. Oh, this water well is apparently also getting drank up by you. All the more reason that you probably have more water than you need. I don't know an engine, but I hope they get cleaved apart for it. Right, no reason not to densely pack these into the warehouse. Actually, I wonder about that. It might be cheaper just to deliver everything straight up to the farmer's market here. I mean, James, it's right there. I'd only be paying extra dispatch costs putting it into the warehouse, but it's probably better to make it so. That way I have more control over those things. Get those hops densely packed over to the farmer's market, and get those berries densely packed over to the farmer's market. I believe it's how I integrate into the community. I could be wrong. Well, here's another way that people integrate into the community quite well. Scandinavians wanting their chickens? I think not. Money is becoming less of a concern, which is really nice, although it's worth remembering that I do still have some hefty loans. Yeah, it makes sense that new games would bring in new people, but they'll have to adapt quickly then. Some people think it's cruel, and maybe they're right. But too bad. Right, excellent. The research is storming ahead. What a difference it makes actually having money to hand, but I really feel like I'm not making as much money as I could. These low-tier goods actually make fairly decent money. I think I've been mistaken by trying to reach forward for high-tier goods. You definitely make a whole lot of money off them, but you also have to consider that you have to set up quite a complex... It's not really that complex, but you do have to make a supply chain for them. And you don't sell them in big bulk. Those cans, I don't exactly sell tons of cans to Iberia. I just make lots on each can. Man, I can't wait to redo these and make them look pretty, because I love watching those trains go along. I wonder if I can make a more... a more glorious way of having my train network go through Gotland, because I feel like I'm somewhat taking the mick of the place. Uh-oh. How in the world am I overproducing on these? I thought I was producing exactly as much as I needed for my glassworks. Okay, Germany's willing to pay heavy for that pulp. And it just so happens I create plenty of pulp, so I'll take that. Once that's through, warehouse here. You already, oh well, set that to max, keep on 3. And for now, send your, not raw rubber. Pulp is a tier 1. Oh, and you have a lot of pulp. How am I backed up on pulp? I have a suspicion, but I'll check it out later. Germany's... No, wait, where do I even sell that pulp to? Warehouse 10 has 50 units of pulp, and their pulp is meant to be going to the construction goods in Scandinavia. Scandinavia's construction good place has a desire for 8, so I actually think what I'm doing is I'm sending over 3 and 3 and then keeping 2, which isn't good, so I think I'm killing myself by using the always send maximum thing. I should probably cut it out. Yes, I won the auction. Yes, I got my warehouse. These production alerts. Need to figure out what to do with all of this then. What is the problem with all of my steel? Because these guys make 6 bits of steel every 15 days. These guys consume 6 bits of steel every 30 days. How many times am I going to make that mistake? I'm actually producing twice as much steel that I need. However, that means I could make another one of these to tin up some mutton for good money. Or I could make those barrels, which I thought I had done, but I hadn't. Steel barrels could be researched and done. Or steel I don't think anyone needs steel framed, but steel barrels wouldn't be too shabby. How much do we do with the barrels? Steel barrels, 2 to make 2, and Iberia's demand for them is 3 every 15 days. These take 30 days to make, so if I had... so that's 1 every 15 days. So if I had 3 places set up doing steel barrels, I would eat up the remaining steel, I think. Maybe not, I think I'd be under consuming them. Because I'd be using up another 6 every 15, 3 every... No, that might actually work out. I'll get those steel barrels produced and flown down by Zeppelin to Iberia. And, to make matters nicer, the PR event means that setting up more glassworks and smelters is cheap. Or at least cheaper than it would otherwise be. Glassworks and smelter. How are we doing space-wise? So there's 1, 2, 3. Very nice. Very, very nice. I can shove them into Smog City here, no problem. Watching steel being produced is definitely more comfy, says Ha Ya. I'm watching the EU4 LAN party on the side. I've missed Jake playing his campaigns with a twist. Watching multiplayers are often boring. There'll be Prussia, Russia, and quantity everywhere with at least one send-off player blobbing in Africa or Asia. Is the EU4 LAN party going on right now? That one kind of went over my head. There we go. Big fat lump sum of money coming out of Germany, and I don't like being in debt. So let's pay off one of them and pay off the other as soon as we can, and then feel really smug about our financial situation as we're about to get the barrels underway. Irrigation tower's looking fine. This warehouse is probably yelling at me for being near overstorage. I wonder if that means I could shut down one of these water wells and be okay for it. I can mothball you at the very least, and then suddenly your upkeep is dropped to damn near nout. And the barrels are mine. Okay, let's have it. One nice thing about doing factories instead of farming, it's really, really tight. Steel barrels doesn't take up tons of space. Just get over there, just send them all over there, and we shall duplicate and duplicate. So they're all going to be sending over, and that means I want you guys to also have these as destinations. Go there, send them like 4, I suppose. And actually, you can do that 1 for 1 because you both take care of that, don't you? Yeah. I'm sure it'll balance out one way or the other. Yeah, see, they're working immediately, and there's plenty of that stuff backed up. And then eventually, warehouse, you're going to end up with those barrels. So I want you, and barrels are tier 2. Right. They're hard to tell because it's grey on grey here, but that looks like a steel barrel to me. You're going to fly them down to Iberia. That's right, fly them down. Maximum, please. And then Iberia is... I should really get rid of this wait until full thing. Just kicks me in the teeth. Steel barrel. Get over to the ironmonger. Meet their demand. And there's more to research. The road over Gibraltar is amazing. Yeah, not one we've been able to take advantage of. There's oil to export and not really much pollution concern here, as in no one would care about it. But also a connection to the state could be useful at some point. I wonder if later on, thinking about it, the state would be able to provide you with... I was going to say food, but no, the state doesn't do any food outside of fish. I was thinking you could save a lot of space on food production if you could import it, but no. You could save a lot of space on wood production, but wood is so easy to get your hands on, it would feel like a waste importing that. Look at these guys working hard. And they slam out a hefty amount of wood for me. I need to look into a more efficient setup for that. Speaking of efficiency, wouldn't mind those gatherers working even better down the line, although is there anything else that I want to be producing right now? I would love my Christmas tinner, using all those cans at some point. I'm not convinced that's the way forward for me right now. Nobody wants wine, so there's no imperative to create it. If nobody demands something, there is no reason at all to produce it. Because you won't be able to sell it to anybody except the state, and then you'll make a loss. No good point in building in Iberia right now. I've still got plenty of building room in the Balkans. It's just a question of what else I want to be producing and selling on. I seem to be doing alright for this, although I'm starting to regret not doing my apple juice. I should probably make my apple juice. I can make it in Smogton, no problem. Alternatively, I could sneak it out over here. Not sure I like that much, though. I don't want to be building inside this glorious... I don't want to be putting industry inside this glorious irrigation zone. There's no need for that. But I'm trying to think where I can make my apple juice, because I think I do have a little bit too many apples. Gotta remember that Scandinavia produce some themselves. The apples are brought over to the Commonwealth for now, which is near Smog Zone. So if I had them pop over here, and I had a little apple juicy operation, and the apple juice was then sent on to Germany, I think that would work to my benefit. Although I don't know if I don't know if you can do water collection inside Smog Zone from the wells. It doesn't really say, but why don't we find out? Doesn't seem to mention pollution being a problem, which surprises me. Because, heavens, yes, that looks polluted. Yeah, pollution 100%. Ah, but it counts the water well itself as... No, it says pollution 100% right there. Yeah, okay, it doesn't seem to care if the land is polluted as long as we get it out the ground. I am surprised, and I also regret building that because I lost a fair bit of dosh on that. Seems so inefficient moving the apples to here, to do. Maybe I could just make my apples in Germany for a nice little apple juice shop. But they want 4 of that every 15. I could set up a little four thingy apple place. It's free money, essentially. Yeah, why not? Who's keeping score? Where are your apples then? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is all I need for the Germans here. You do, however, need your water coming in. And you only need a double water bit coming in, so if I just put myself a little water well here, I'm playing like the AI here. Actually, since I'm on the waterfront and it's not disgusting smog town, there's no real problem in doing a water siphon. A 1 and a 2. Then that water over to the orchard. And this orchard is going to send those apples to a food factory, which needs to be over in Smogton. It's a bit of a trek to get there. I wonder if I could just have a different way of setting up. Also, what's the rate on creating apple smoothies? 30 days you make 2. Oh god, you make 2 with 1 apple. That means this stuff is more than necessary. I only need 2 apple farms on my apple farm. How about that? So 1 apple makes 2 smoothie. Well, I mean, that's pretty great, great returns for me. 1, 2. And I had another thought. I'm going to need extra water for my... I'll leave that space just in case I do want to have my apple farm expand. But a 1, a 2... How did I fit this in before? Yeah, I built it slightly differently. Wouldn't be the first time. Actually, only 2 of those are going to be needed. There we go. Hideous. He hates it. Still, though, send the water over to the orchard. They shouldn't need more than, say, 4 kept there. And... Again, Germany wants 4 every 15 days. And we produce 2 every 30 days. That's 1. So I need 4 apple smoothie factories. That's a fair bit, isn't it? Factories. Food. 1. Making... It's not made in a food factory? Sometimes I wonder where I leave my brain. It's done in a drinks factory. When you're done with yours, I don't see any reason not to just send it straight off to the grocery store. There. Quick and dirty, but it should make me some fine money. And this water siphon will also give these people all the water they need. I like the way the game grows in complexity, I just feel like I'm struggling to maintain my grasp on it at times. I should think a little bit about how much these guys drink. They only need 1 bit of water, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 bits of water every 15 days. Well, you only produce 2 bits of water every 15 days. And this guy needs another 1 bit of water every 15 days. So, 1 more water pump is needed. Fortunately, I gave myself space for that. Why do I break your tender? Marza, I didn't time you out because you used an emote. I timed you out because you're being a pillock. It's a very important distinction there, and I hope you can learn it. Right, well, where did my money go? Ah, that's right, I paid off all those loans. France is in the business for heavy pulp, and I am in the business of making those extra millions, so although it's a little bit of a scutter, well, it's not even much of a scutter to set up, Jings. Since I already have it set up to have a little bit of an amount left over, all I do is... Oh, I can't select France from there, but I just won the auction. There we go. Send to France. Max it out. I don't think I told this guy to go and deliver to these drinks factories, did I? There we go. Goodness, this game is a strange mixture of stressful and relaxing. It can be stressful trying to mentally keep track of all the ratios that you need here. And bear in mind, there is a more complicated setting for ratios as well, where it's stuff like, oh, the drinks will be done in 25 days, and the pulp will be done in 40 days. Cost of all buildings reduced by 54% for... Oh my god, that's too good to pass up. I wonder if that synergizes with the Commonwealth event. Just imagine. I'm wondering if I would benefit from doing other sorts of efficiency boosts. I mean, I definitely will down the line. Question is, do I want it now? Boats are of no good to me. No use to me. Hey! Okay, so if I were to place, say, a warehouse, it costs me almost nothing. It seems they do stack. What if I wanted my drinks factories? Wow, factories have just become so cheap for me. That's unreal. So if I got rid of you guys, I'd get 1 million. Oh man, it's just free money. I kind of don't want to do it, it just feels so cheap. So very cheap. Nah, I will abstain. Make your money in a more reasonable way, Jake. Any form of pollution control is not worth it. It would be worth it if it was a concern. For example, I've put up some pollution control here because I didn't want these carpentry centres smogging Germany, and then Germany would be very unhappy with me. Applefield, what's your problem? The water siphon should be delivering you all the water you need. I guess it's spreading it out a bit more. I'm sure you'll be fine. I will get my juice going. Oh man, feels good to be making the multi-millions now. But it could yet be more money. If it did overflow and actually give me free buildings, there's no way I'd use that. That would just be way too cheap. Balkans are not getting my wool. I've got to keep in mind that the gas and the oil and stuff will not last forever. I've drank about half of it. Half the ones I'm exploiting. Less so on the copper, though. These aren't backing up at all, are they? Nope. More nope. And how about Iberia? Warehouse seems fine. And Iberia is still waiting for me to sponsor it. If I had the money, I could auction to start working in Iberia, but again, not seeing the need. I need to think about another industry to make my way into to start making more money. Dough, of course. I haven't been selling dough to Germany and they want that. Nor have I been making my soup. The warehouse doesn't back up with vegetables. But making a bit of dough here. Where's dough itself made? Dough itself is made in a food factory, so that's pollution right there. Although again, I could suck it up, but it costs water to deal with pollution, so you're just adding more complications to the matter. Still, this would want water anyway. I could make myself another wheat field dedicated towards making flour for dough. The offshoot for that is that Germany would eat the excess wheat. Never mind that then. Okay, the offshoot is that there's not a lot of demand for dough. But it is still tempting to do that. I also need to make some olive oil at some point. Yeah, selling dough for dough, and it's big dough. They're willing to pay quite a bit for it. How would that go then? Uh-oh, a warehouse should never be full. What's the problem? Full of water? In that case, you guys are working too hard. And on top of that, if you're overproducing it, you shouldn't be sending more than, let's say, 40. 40 is still a bit too much. Don't send more than 30 units there. Then these guys might end up full for a bit, but no big deal. Again, irrigation could have done all this without the need of a warehouse. What's the upkeep on irrigation? Nothing, or next to nothing. But these water wells, no, they only deliver there. Come to think of it, how do you get your water? You get it from the warehouse, okay. Could still remove that warehouse entirely and replace it with a single irrigation tower right here that would do everything for me. And honestly, why not? That's a good reason why. You actually shift it over to the paper mills. I didn't consider that. Whoops, thank goodness buildings are cheap for me right now. He's thinking, he's thinking. In a way, I like what I built so far. In another way, it's also haphazard and slapped together. I feel like I want to drag an entire comb through it to straighten it out. But I keep telling myself I will, eventually, right? When I have that money. Joke being that I clearly do have the money. I feel like I'm not exploiting Scandinavia enough. All I send them via rail are my apples. I should think about places that I'm not building up enough. I do want the Commonwealth to grow considerably. But I'm not really supplying them with anything, am I? I could certainly change that. I could grow stuff here with the express idea of sending it to the Commonwealth. Currently, they get their cocoa and their olives. But what else would they want? Mutton is a good synergy there because they want wool and they want the meat. They also want grapes. Actually, there's a whole lot that I could be building up for them to have. But making this any more choked up than it already is might be a bit much. I could, however, have more farms set up here that go up to a warehouse here, but then they're not connected to this rail network, are they? But, I mean, shoving it over by trucks to the Commonwealth isn't exactly expensive to me right now. And it's less that I have to tear up when I grow so sick of this layout. You know what? We'll do exactly that. So I shall have a warehouse set up right here. At least terraforming is becoming cheaper for me, relatively speaking. I'm gonna have you in like so, because I still feel like I need extra space in my warehouses for eventually making it work out better. This is all within irrigation tower range. We got all the heavy pulp that we needed sent over there. So what exactly am I giving the Commonwealth here that they're not getting? I want to give them grapes and mutton and wool. Do the Balkans want wool? That's a yes. Also, why are the drinks factories struggling? What are you struggling with? Apples. I'm not reading this wrong, am I? No, they... Each of them want 1 apple every 30 days, and this thing produces 4 apples every 30 days. So this shouldn't be an issue. They're just moaning. Griping, if you will. Was it berries or was it grapes? Grapes. I want this terraformed so badly. Buy money. It has to be done eventually. Oh my god, it's so expensive. This is such a bad idea. I don't have any loans, right? It's gonna suck if I get some event which is like, hey, for, say, 15 million you can get something really good. And I find I just burnt it all by doing this. Yeah. I'm not quite sure this counts as the Alps, though. I think you'll find it's a different range there. Alright, let some time pass, get that money rolling back in, so I don't feel quite so bad for that. On the plus side, the farms that I set up should be nice and cheap, because these two things are working together. So let's start out with that orchard. 1, 2, 3... Wait, it's off? Oh, jings. Try that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this orchard is going to get grapes and deliver grapes. And that's nice and simple. And then next up, I'm going to want 2 livestock farms, and I'm hoping that I still have enough room for my... can even put you over there. Hoping I have enough room for all the grain that I'm going to need for it, and I will need that grain. 3, 4, 5. Oh, I'm almost certainly not going to have enough room for all of this. The grain could be made over here, though. There's certainly space for it. And this is meant to be sheep. And it's all still within this range. The sheep farm needs to deliver all of its mutton and all of its wool to the warehouse. And the second farm will know to do that as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Not quite. It's hard to tell the range that I have on building within this place. There it is. Ooh, might be a little tough to get the extra one in. I might have to make do with 4, but then it doesn't work out, does it? No, it certainly does not. Could I perhaps do this in a different way? I know I've been ragging on the music for this game a fair bit, but I do feel like I need to find another soundtrack to play whilst this game is going. There we go. A bit AI-like, but that'll do. And it should all be nicely watered. Ooh, I hope that counts as watered. Ah, surely it does. There we go. Get your sheep going. And since I forgot to copy-paste you, I still need to set these manually. It's just a case of getting grain over to there, but I think this crop farm will do it nicely. Now, I might cut down on traffic by putting the grain directly into this warehouse, because that means fewer trucks going up and down here. Also means more control over my grain in general. So get that grain into that warehouse. No need to keep any for yourself. And as for you, get the grain to the sheep farm. No need for them to have more than 5 going spare. Yeah, I think on my next run of this, I'm going to... oh, maybe I just don't want to use this thing. I don't like it. But I hate sending not full ones. Maybe if I give them plenty excess, then it's not something I need to worry about. Yeah, that's a better way to work it. Yeah, maybe I should find a different set of music to play while this game is going, but it needs to be license-free. It's going to need a lot more water. Let's turn you back on. License-free and fitting and not overwhelming. So, those grapes of yours, give them to the Commonwealth. And then what else are we bringing in here? You're going to end up with mutton. Again, Commonwealth is hungry. And wool. And again, Commonwealth is hungry. You could just shift the road over. Nonsense. It's far too logical. Okay, is that going to work out nicely? There shouldn't be any excess grain coming in. Thinking about it, with the way that the irrigation tower works, having efficiency on fields would be pretty amazing. Get a lot more out of not much space. With that thought, why don't I start going for some farm HR? Could also ask myself, do I want to pump out more of this gas? And the answer is yes, yes, yes. Oh, production time doesn't go down much better there, actually. I might not like that on this. You pay double for only bringing it out faster. It doesn't give you more. That might not be a good idea then. 20% on 5 gives us an extra 1. 33% on 5 might just give us an extra 1 as well. RimWorld P music, always relaxing, yeah, but it'll make me think about RimWorld. Okay, permit for Iberia. It is a little tempting to let the AI take this, because I have denied the AI a lot in this, and I do not have much interest in building up Iberia myself. If I let them pay for it, then they'll build Iberia up more, and I'll have more things to... Yeah, they're waiting on a sponsor too, so that works out well for me. And I already have my warehouse set up with Zeppelins, so I could ship more in there easily. What is this red thing? Is that telling me that more trucks want to leave than we can manage? Yeah, but they all managed to get out in the end, so it's okay. Spray the fields. We can prevent a lot of damage from locusts if we build up a supply of chemicals and spray our fields. If we fail... Oh, the Balkans need... Oh, I see. It knows that I've got a lot of farms there, and it's going to cane my farms if I don't give Balkans a load of chemicals. I don't really want to give the Balkans loads of my chemicals, but it seems that I have little choice. Tier 1, chemicals, over to the Balkans. Max it out. Hopefully it gives me enough time to do... Whoa, 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 it's not giving me much time at all to do that. How do you expect me to deliver 25 chemicals that fast? I don't have them. Okay, well, I guess that's not happening. I'll just have to eat the problem here. Heavy pulp to Iberia. 250%. I think that's worth doing the trucking for. And it'll be a long truck. Man, heavy pulp is always there for you. Easy to make and decent everything on it. I'm left wondering if it would be better to send it over by Zeppelin than by truck. By truck, that's a long way to go. It cost me 17,000 to send it over there by truck. Whereas if I send you over to this warehouse, forget it, just send it over. We're getting paid loads extra on it anyway, so just send that over. Looking at pollution things, just spray some DDT, that'll take care of the Balkans overall. This place gets busy, but not so busy that I need to worry about it. It's getting real busy on the roads, though. I need to sort something out. Or do I? You know, I'm making hefty money as it is. I'm wondering what my AI is going to build in Iberia, though. They've set up a warehouse immediately. But what are they going to build? Are they going to exploit that oil? They'll have a state connection, but both my AIs already do. It'll suck if they drown me out for supplying Iberia with goods. But with that, everywhere has an owner. I did take over the Commonwealth, I'm just not using it. I really need to think about the next big thing to be doing, though. Oh. Full of what? Full of eggs. They weren't able to shift their eggs enough. I suppose the only place that they can... Wait. You sell them to that farmer's market. Oh, you're not selling them to the Balkans at all. Are the Balkans still full of eggs? No. So, I can set you up. More eggs to the Balkans. I'm wondering if the... I think the storage is per unit, not overall. That's quite useful for me. Sweet. I thought it was just there was a total capacity, but it looks like it's only per unit. Alright, meet demand over there. But I also need to find others who will buy my eggs. Do the Russians like eggs? The Russians do like eggs. Whilst it's a bit of a trek, it's better that I get these eggs shifted than not. Wow, that journey there costs 6 grand. But I do sell 12 grand worth of eggs though, so I am making the money on it. It's okay. It would just work a lot better if I had them sent over by, oh, I don't know, some sort of good freight mechanism for shifting lots of goods. I'm just so damn bad at building trains in this game, it's kind of embarrassing. All the other transport modes are better than truck if full. Even if not full, they're generally better. And not to mention, I get away from generating too much traffic. The next big thing I do, I'm going to have to invest in something that isn't trucks. Maybe making a much cleaner network here with my trains. I'm not stuck in any debt at the moment, though, am I, HQ? Nope. And there's no point paying off a 0% loan early. Well, it would free up a slot to get more debt if I was looking for it. Okay. What I certainly could begin considering is getting into the Balkans clothes industry. There's a lot of money to be made if I want to heavily make things like clothes and napkins and such. And if I recall well, these dyes just need berries, but something here needs... I think something here needs chemicals, don't they? Really? No chemicals? I would need leather to make heavy fabric. But that's not too much of a concern. If I were to find a good place to just produce a ton of cotton, and then cotton and berries, well, you know, I just have this lovely place set up here that I could be making more... Oh, I make berries! How convenient. I feed them to the Balkans, but imagine what else I could be doing with them. Or I could set up another area, because I'm going to need a lot of cotton for this as well. It's a shame this place is so mountainous, making it very unpleasant to build on. This is less mountainous though, and not horribly covered in pollution. So, and there's easy access to water here. So I could set this up to be my cotton and berry farm, and then over in Smogville here, process that into clothes for the bulk. Yeah, and there's a lot of money to be made on this. Do they take raw? Oh, they take raw cotton if I overproduce that as well. Great, we'll make it so. And I can happily do it with trucks because this is a completely untapped road. Question is how we start with this. Feels bad flattening on a higher level here. It certainly could be done. Ironically, Jake's only using his trains for short trips. Yeah, I'm very bad at using my trains in this game. No doubt about it. Alright, let's give ourselves a lovely, lovely large area to be making our cotton and such with. And I'm not entirely convinced I'm going to use an irrigation tower here. On the other hand, it's incredibly convenient. Alright, convenience might trump here. But how do we connect it all up? Also, how much am I needing here? Because at the end of the day, I'm going to want... Probably not heavy fabric. I don't really want to get in the livestock business here, but I might have access to livestock already. Even if I don't, it's easy to get. Yeah, I can already do that. It would give me milk and beef to send elsewhere. Do the Balkans want either of those things? They want neither of those things. Who does? Who wants both milk and beef? The Russians, perhaps? Beef and milk. So there's nothing stopping me whipping those out to the top. Nothing at all. Especially not an urban road connection. Alright, so... farm everything we need here. Kind of eating into Christmas dinner territory, but I can still call it a Balkan project. I invest in the Balkans. Do you? I couldn't just flatten all of this out. Now, that's okay. I'm sure the Balkans have a loan for me that I can take and use to invest in themselves. What do you offer me, Balkan? 10 million? I'll take it. Okay, what are we doing here? And looking at the length of this, it would be much better to use anything other than trucks to bring the goods up to Russian Empire. But I'm still going to use trucks because this is such an underutilized road. Even though I moments prior said, oh, I won't use trucks for the next project I do. It's okay, you learn to live with these things. Right, let's start from the very, very bottom. I need cotton and I need berries here. How much of both? I don't know. I feel like if I had some sort of calculator to hand, for example, I tell myself, okay, I need to produce 2 clothes and 2 napkins, yada yada. It would pop out and say, this is how much of each of the things you're going to need. And I can't help but feel that somebody gave me a calculator, probably Kaladin, not too long ago, which I could certainly use for this. Tell you what, that sounds like a fitting place to wrap this up, but not for the day. I'm going to come back a bit later, but there's other stuff I need to get done, like dinner and working out. So during the middle of that, I will grab myself a calculator to see if I can't cut out a lot of the thinking process and that. So, I'm going to save it up here. This will be Christmas dinner 5. And I'm actually feeling a good sense of promise here. I think once I get this... oh, right. I haven't done any of the tech needed for all this tech styling. But I can invest heavily in it, so it won't take too long to do. Yeah, even at the 1 million mark, some of these are pretty expensive. But that's okay. You get dyes, fibers, heavy fabrics, and light fabrics easily enough. So once I do this, I think I should be able to work towards the... Oh, right, no, there's a problem with that. I need a max level city in order to drive the demand for it. So what I need to do is actually focus more on getting every city their needs. Okay. But I could make proto-tinners, couldn't I? Anyway, getting ahead of myself here. I need to go and lift and eat, so until I am back in... Thinking about it reasonably, I'll probably be back in a couple of hours. So until then, it's a cheers and a cheerio.